Hello everyone! The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Mingmai, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Eventyay, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi everyone, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young-Bitan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young-Tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hong Fook, I take it your microphone is working? Can't hear anything. We can see you, and you're not muted, but we can't hear a word.
Okay, so hello, I'm checking if I'm working, my microphone's working, yes?
Yes, Mario, your microphone is working well.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Hello and welcome. Good afternoon to people in Asia and Australasia. Good morning to people in Europe and Africa, and to those particularly hardy souls joining us from the Americas at this hour, good evening. Welcome to the 2022 FOSSASIA OpenTech Summit. My name is Roland Turner. I'll be your MC for the next few hours. I won't say very much, although I notice our opening speaker is having trouble with her microphone, so let's see what happens. In the meantime, we are doing something a bit unusual this year with respect to t-shirts. In most years, of course, as you register, you're handed a t-shirt. That doesn't work online. So instead, what we're going to be doing is after the event, we will select 100 people or up to 100 people who have asked interesting questions during the sessions and send them t-shirts. So if you would like to be considered for this, please pay attention to what speakers are saying and ask questions about what they're saying and put them into the shared notes. I noticed that we have a whole lot of questions which are interesting, but they've appeared before Hong Fook has spoken, which isn't quite the point. So please do feel free to ask questions, but especially would like to hear or like to see questions that relate to what the speaker has spoken about. With that, I will momentarily introduce Hong Fook, but let's first verify that her microphone is working. Hong Fook?
Hello, Roland. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. May I now introduce you? Hong Fook hopefully doesn't. Oh, yes. Hong Fook hopefully doesn't need much introduction here. She is the founder of the FOSSASIA organization, but I know we have some newbies in the audience. So she is the founder of FOSSASIA, an organization that strives to improve people's lives through sharing open technologies and fostering global connections and sustainable production. She is also, I'll let those who want to read the whole bio do so, but she's a member of the IEEE Standards Association Board of Governors and their Open Source Committee, a board member for the Open Source Business Alliance, and for the Open Source Initiative. Also does many other excellent things. The Summit team has worked with her for years and love doing so and keep coming back. Hong Fook, please take it away.
Thank you, Roland, for the introduction. Yeah, so it's great to see everyone. Welcome to the FOSSASIA Summit 2022. Thank you for joining me here today, and also thank to those who are watching the stream online. I am one of the founders, as Roland mentioned, of the FOSSASIA. Yes, so I remember back in 2009, when Mario and I started the first event in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Back then, we had the ambition to build global connections and foster free and open source development in Asia. 13 years later, I'm very glad that the summit is still here around and continues to be the platform that brings together developers, business, users, and contributors from everywhere to be here today, exchange ideas, share knowledge, collaborate on real projects that address important problems in our society. And in the coming 3 days of the event, you will have a chance to listen to these important topics by our speakers from all over the world. And now I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsor for their support that enable us to continue our work.
Sorry, we'll fix that now. You need the focus change, right?
Yes, thank you, sponsors and all the partners. And of course, our organizer, the FOSSASIA team and Eventyay on behalf. Now I would like to give you some updates of the development of FOSSASIA in the year 2021. I will cover some lowlights and also highlights of the year, but let's start with some lowlights. Thank you, Evan, for confirming. Yes, so I think people getting back to the room step by step. So I see a lot of comments on the chat. So Alice, what did not work for you? I hope that you can hear me. You can type on the chat if something that does not work for you.
the simplest means. So with a fire, with a hammer, tongs, in an acid bath, this is, of course, a great strain on people and the environment. So when we recycle e-waste in that way, problems arise, and e-waste kills actually, because people get in touch with these materials, with heavy metals such as lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury, and a lot of other harmful substances like halogen compounds, polybrominated biphenyls, PVC, chlorinated, brominated, and mixed halogenated dioxins, and other highly toxic and environmentally hazardous substances. So these substances like also then get into our food, because they go into the groundwater, they go everywhere, and they result in harmful diseases in children that really suffer from them. And here, for example, in the European Union, people would say, okay, we see these materials recycled, but then they come back to the EU, and that's a good thing. However, in the countries where they are recycled in this bad way, they result in the harmful waste and consequences. But electronic waste consists of valuable materials, and of materials such as rare earth, metals, gold, and we now see the problems of creating these materials over and over again. There are countries known for gold richness, oil richness, and it's often countries where things happen top down. There's corruption, for example, the case. Very few people can profit from these, and it makes countries and regions dependent on potential dictators. And we even see what's happening nowadays in Europe with the war with Russia and the Ukraine. There's a lot of discussion about how countries can become independent from these countries that produce a lot of resources or get a lot of resources out of the earth. And recycling is one way. It saves energy, it could save the environment, and it is one way to become more independent. So anything that cannot be recycled is the hazardous waste, and it is sent in after it is exported to hazardous waste landfill, and that doesn't have to be the case, because everything can be recycled. And the question is, how can we do that? In my view, open hardware can be a solution here. So there's a huge untapped potential, for example, in the functioning components in electronic waste. So what needs to change? Zero e-waste. We need to change entirely. There shouldn't be any waste. So the idea is this. We need more waste avoidance to start with. So, for example, any hardware that exists must have instruction how to disassemble the hardware. There must be standardized material. They must use standardized components, simple Allen or Phillips screws, for example, and manufacturers should be forced to share 3D models of cases that would help provide us to dismantle and also repair components, because before we actually talk about taking things apart, they should be repaired. So there could be recycling portal or several recycling portals for giving away electronic devices also. We could have machine-readable plastic labels on housing parts. So parts can also be 3D printed. We can find like all the components online. And there shouldn't be any cables enclosed. Like I have so many cables here at home, like USB cables and so on. Every device comes with a cable. So avoidance and recycling and repairing all goes hand in hand. So zero e-waste. We need better environmentally friendly technologies, more efficient solutions everywhere, locally repairable technology, and technology that enables independent, local, and decentralized like entertainment. Let's say so we don't need like so many centralized technology providers. We need like many small, locally available shops. So thank you, Roland, for giving me the information here that we don't really have a lot of time to go into this. And at the FOSSASIA Summit, we will have the chance to talk about these topics more in detail. I've outlined here in the slides that I'm sharing with you online, and there will be discussions, for example, about open hardware throughout the days. There will be a focus on open hardware on the third day where we can discuss what we can do. I think you get some ideas here, for example, also in these screenshots, where we see that electronic components cannot be dismantled. We know examples of like manufacturers that even try to prevent you from accessing them. For example, Apple, like sticking components together, gluing them together, adding screws that are not, that can't be untangled easily, these kind of things. So we will discuss that, and we will discuss how open hardware can be reversed. They are pick-and-place machines. We can also use disassemble machines. This is something that we can do easily with open hardware to avoid these problems. Here, a few pictures from the production of our Pocket Science Lab with Eventyay, who was there working on this in China. And we can have machines that work as a disassembly machines using the schematics that are online from open hardware, using AI to access it. And yeah, this is something that we can do. And we need your idea how to do these things here. We need robots to do that. We need components. We need policy change, a lot of things that we can discuss and discuss why it is easier to disassemble open hardware, even up to the chip level that we have today with RISC-V, and using like, for example, vision, computer vision with AI. So let's make this a reality. Let's discuss this over the next few days. And please get in touch with me. If you're interested in this topic, we have working groups here at FOSSASIA and my company, Eventyay, working on this, and I'm very happy to stay connected. So thank you very much. Great to see everyone here. Let's try to get in touch, and
Hi, my name's Mark. But also for our communities across the world. And, you know, it's creating new ways for all of us to work together. There's massive advantages open. Better solutions for our businesses, but also for our communities across the world. And, you know, it's creating new ways for all of us to work together. There's massive advantages to sort of building solutions to our common problems in the open. However, the new way of working does kind of bring new norms, a need for new tools, a need for a common understanding of how to work. And Microsoft's deeply committed to helping, you know, our customers and the community build better solutions through open source. And so in this talk, I wanted to talk about the value of open source, but also how Microsoft works with open source, you know, and why Microsoft works with open source. I also want to talk about how that approach has changed over time and how working in open source has helped change the culture of Microsoft for the better, really. I started in Microsoft a while ago, and I've been a part of this journey for a long time. I actually used to look after the Coplex website, which was Microsoft's hosting platform for open source. But the first open source project from Microsoft was actually released on SourceForge. It was a thing called the Windows Installer Toolkit, or Wix. That was back in 2004. Coplex came along 2006. Started contributing to the Linux kernel around 2009. And then it was about 2012 where we actually started getting involved in the Git project. That's something I was heavily involved in and still am involved in. I actually created the Microsoft org on GitHub in 2012, and that was the first project that we created on GitHub, and that was TypeScript, actually, funnily enough, which, you know, has become now massively popular. That was that very first project. And then also helped create the .NET Foundation and helped, you know, bring .NET to the open source community and make it a full open source ecosystem. Visual Studio Code is obviously massively important. And then in sort of 2017, we actually got the Windows team migrated over to Git for source control. And that was a massive, massive technological achievement. But also, you know, think about that for a second. The team that build Windows build it in the version control tool that was, originally authored by Linus Torvalds, the author of Linux. So that was just like a massive change for me, and kind of a fundamental sign that the culture at Microsoft had really changed. I was part of a GitHub acquisition team in 2018, and I now work over at GitHub helping open source communities to be more successful. And now Microsoft actually have well over 17,000 open source projects hosted on GitHub in the open source. And this is a massive community that's across the world. And in fact, when we look at that global community on GitHub, we see it spread all the way across the world, but we see a really strong presence in Asia. So thanks to everybody here, we're seeing huge amounts of open source contribution. And when we look at the numbers of active users on GitHub contributing to open source, we see Asia is growing very quickly and is about to overtake North America, it looks like, when it comes to the number of active users contributing to open source every year. So fingers crossed, this year's State of the Octoverse report, hopefully we'll get there, we'll see. But open source is, really changing kind of how we build software, not just for our communities and not just in the open, but it's changing how we build software at work as well and in the enterprise. If we look at the types of applications that we ship, over 96% of deployed applications we see being deployed today actually contain open source components. And when we look at the amount of code that's being shipped, 80 to 90% of that code is actually open source. Only 10 or 20% is the code that you wrote. And that's a massive change from where we were, 10, 15 years ago at the start of Microsoft's open source journey. And open source is kind of core to Microsoft's business. It's core to how we build software at Microsoft. There's over 9.5 million kind of components used inside of Microsoft. But in terms of contribution as well, there's over 40,000 employees at Microsoft who have their GitHub accounts and are contributing to open source projects on GitHub. And that's a massive change from, again, where we were at the beginning of that journey when I created, Microsoft's GitHub account in 2014. And this is a big change from where Microsoft is. We now have our CEO standing up on stage saying they love Linux. Microsoft believes that open source is a great differentiator for enterprises and is deeply committed to open source because Microsoft's mission is to enable organizations and individuals to achieve more. And Microsoft believe that open source is a fundamental part of this solution. By creating open solutions, we not only enable our customers to build on the work we do, we allow them to innovate more. We allow them to achieve more. But when you look at, why is Microsoft doing this? What are they doing? They're trying to make open source work really well with Microsoft and allow our customers to do that. And it makes sense. If we look at Linux, for example, over 50% of the virtual machine cores deployed on Azure are Linux cores now. Microsoft themselves, over a third of the Microsoft cloud estate is actually Linux that running in the cloud. And this is a massive change. So any improvement, any investment Microsoft make in improving Linux and making it work better in Azure, for example, those cost savings, those efficiency savings really add up across all of Microsoft's customers and across Microsoft's internal development themselves. And so that level of investment really justifies significant investment in open source. It's a sustainable business strategy for Microsoft when investing in open source. So how does Microsoft work with open source and why does Microsoft work with open source? Fundamentally, it tends to fit into kind of three categories of projects. The first category is actually related to DevOps and being more agile. In the old days, trying to get people to use the latest versions of .NET was incredibly hard, getting people to upgrade, use the latest bits. And that meant getting feedback on those latest releases of .NET was incredibly hard as well and was limited to a reduced number of people. By working in the open, Microsoft are able to not just get feedback on the very latest release that they've shipped to customers, they're able to get feedback on the latest commit, they're able to get feedback before that commit has even been merged into the source code base. And so that allows these teams, these infrastructure teams, to be so much more agile than they ever were in the past. Another reason that Microsoft typically go towards open source is for when they need wide distribution. So perhaps it's, an Azure SDK, perhaps it's the documentation. By making those available under a very permissive, MIT open source license, for example, that means not only can those SDKs and those documentations and those source code samples and things, not only can they be used in private projects inside the enterprise, they can also be used in other open source projects. They can be used, in open source projects under every different license. And so when we want this broad distribution, then it makes sense to obviously go for open source. And again, that's a change from how it was in the past. And then finally, you see Microsoft being involved in open source projects when there is, a large market that uses kind of open source standards, open source mechanisms like Kubernetes, containers, Linux, Git, that sort of thing. And it makes sense for us to have the best hosting platforms for those types of workloads, to have amazing compatibility, to be able to produce the best experiences for our customers. And so again, that's an area where you'll see us contributing heavily to open source projects. But there are times when I hear sort of dubious business goals about why we should be involved in open source. And if you want to have a sustainable open source strategy, you need to make sure you have a fundamental business goal for working in open source and for contributing to open source. Doing something because it's good PR is not a sustainable business goal. Yes, you will get good PR from making something open source, but that only lasts, till the next headline. That only lasts 24, 48 hours. PR won't sustain the kind of long-term investment that the open source community needs and deserves. And so PR isn't a reason to open source, it's a benefit of open sourcing. Another kind of thing you get from open sourcing is goodwill, and goodwill's great. People like the fact you've open source, but again, you can't take karma to the bank. You can't, use karma to pay for developers to work on things. And so while you do get goodwill, it's not a business case for open sourcing. And the final kind of dubious business goal I see around open source is people know that it's good for recruitment. And it is. People, like seeing Microsoft working in open source communities. They get to work with other developers from Microsoft. They like to come and work for Microsoft. So we definitely see working in open source helping recruitment. But unless you've got a sustainable business strategy for building that thing in the open, you're not going to be able to have any jobs for those people to come and work on. So again, you do get recruitment benefits from working in open, but it's not the business reason for open sourcing something. You need to think about what your business goals are and how to make those around building communities in the open. But you also need to make sure you've got policies in place to make it easy for your developers to, use open source, to consume open source responsibly, respecting all the license conditions, to contribute back to open source, and to be able to release open source software, new versions of open source software. Now, consuming open source is usually a very easy sell to kind of managers in teams when they're getting used to it. But how do you help convince them to contribute back to open source? And that's something I had many conversations with different teams with over the years. And the best way I found of explaining it is that the further you take without contributing back, you're actually running in a fork and you're building up integration debt. So as you're moving off in your own little private fork of something, this project keeps going, it keeps getting new features, it keeps getting security updates. And the longer it takes before you've got your code changes into the upstream project, the harder it is to take changes that have gone upstream and bring them over into your project and allow you to take the benefits of consuming that open source library in the first place. So if you don't give back, you can't consume later. And so think of kind of forking and think of not contributing back as building up integration debt. And you want to keep that debt paid down and you want to regularly contribute code back up to those upstream projects. And to do that, you want to make it easy for your developers to contribute to open source. You want to simplify your business processes. You want to have rationalized kind of legal business review, checklists, all that sort of thing. And you also want to build some internal kind of best practices on both consuming and contributing back to open source. But remember, when you're contributing back, those maintainers don't owe you anything. You know what I mean? Don't just arrive expecting your change to be consumed by that project. If it doesn't take the project in a direction they want to go, if it doesn't have any benefits for them, what's in it for them to maintain this code that you're giving to them? So you've got to, when making a contribution, first of all, create an issue to make sure it's something the upstream project actually want to have changed. And then when you do make those changes, you need to provide unit tests to show, yes, this does improve performance for everywhere, not just on Azure, say, but for everybody. You want to, give the reasons why. You want to make it simple to review. You want to make it easy to understand, so that make this, an easy decision for a maintainer to want to take your change and merge it into their project, so that then you can take all the benefits of all the other changes. These maintainers don't owe you a thing at all, so make it easy for them when contributing changes to the code. If you can't, pay for developers to contribute changes to code to a open source project, and open source projects value sort of code contribution over everything, what you can do is directly fund the project to maintain the code themselves through Open Collective or through GitHub sponsors. You can pay open source maintainers, you can give them a revenue stream to help look after that project. And we actually have a FOSS fund inside of Microsoft for funding critical open source dependencies and for projects that are sort of nominated by people inside the company. And we send that money and we send it via GitHub sponsors, and hopefully allow those open source maintainers to earn a living and to justify some of their time that they're spending, reviewing and keeping projects up to date. Now, one of the projects and one of the communities I was involved in building was actually the .NET community, as I mentioned. And proud to say, with the latest CNCF survey, .NET's now one of the top 10 sort of highest velocity open source projects. But that didn't come overnight. That itself was a long journey and kind of had a few different stages along the way. The first stage was just releasing the source code with an open source license, but we weren't really accepting contributions. We just released it and said, here you are, and allowed people to look at that code, allow people to find, issues and sort of inspect it and things. But then the next thing that we did was actually we opened the design notes. We made RFCs, we made design decisions in the open, and got feedback from people. And now we started getting, quite a lot of value from open source, because we were able to get feedback not after we'd shipped, but actually on the spec, on the design, which was great. The next stage that we made was to kind of, allow people to send us pull requests, but we had a private version of the code internally that we were working on. And we would take those pull requests, we'd merge them with our private code, and then we'd make changes, and then we'd push them back, and then we'd distribute. And again, that was okay. It did a good job. We were able to, get changes. That was nice. But the big change, and where we saw the massive increase in the .NET community, was when we took the whole project and moved it truly into the open. And we adopted that same community workflow for everybody on the project, not just the contributors that happen to live in Microsoft, but for every single person. And that meant actually making the documentation better. Sorry to tell you, just because you release something as open source doesn't mean you don't need documentation anymore. You actually need better documentation, because now your team is asynchronous and is across the whole world. It isn't just the people that happen to work for you. And then the final stage in terms of making .NET open source was to kind of share ownership, to give people the confidence in investing in open source and investing in the .NET platform, because they were able to say where that platform was going, and they were able to be involved in the future of that project. And that was kind of the fundamental lesson I learned, really, was to be part of the community. Don't think of you versus the community, you and the community. Think of you as part of the community that you are in. And if we think about how people contribute to projects and get involved in projects, I often talk about the contribution funnel, because 99% of people just consume your code, and that's fine, they never come back. But a small percentage of people will give you some time. And then a small percentage of those people will give you some code, and that's a massive gift, and that helps you improve your project. But you're not going to give code unless you've given time, and you're not going to give time unless you've got value from the project by consuming it. So it's very natural that, you know, these are subsets of the people consuming, and then the people contributing, and then the people giving code. And then finally, a very, very small subset of people who give code will actually stick around and help you maintain, help you run that project. And so you've got to think to yourself all the time, like, how do we maximize the number of people at each stage? How do we maximize the number of people consuming the code? You know, have a good README, make it easy to consume. How do we maximize the number of people coming down that funnel so that we get more code into the project, so we get more involvement, so we build a community? Because you've got to remember, an open source community is not a zero-sum game. You can work together with your competitors and build a solution that's better for everybody, not just better for you. And if you make something work well, you know, if Microsoft make Linux work well on Azure, it doesn't make it work less well on a different platform. It doesn't make it work less well in the data center. It works well, better everywhere. So it's not a zero-sum game, but it does allow you to benefit everybody by making changes in the open. And this really kind of drove culture changes in Microsoft and helped, you know, the team become a completely different organization. And I was just a small part of this overall massive team, you know, contributing to open source in Microsoft. And it was an honor to be part of that journey, and had a fantastic time. So I want to thank you very much. Thank you for being here at FOSSASIA. Thank you for listening to this talk. And also I want to, thank you for helping change the culture of Microsoft one pull request at a time. It's a much more collaborative, much more inclusive, much more open place to work. And that's thanks to the community getting involved, and thanks to the welcome that we've had here at FOSSASIA and elsewhere around the open source community. So thank you very much. My name is Martin Woodward. Have a good conference.
Community chat, so he can answer it there as well. And I saw that some colleagues from Microsoft already answers a part of the questions on the channel. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, and just for the information, if you want to get the direct answer, or you like, this has been shared with the speaker himself on the Telegram community chat. Thank you for, of course, thank you for the question. Thank you, Martin, for a very encouraging, excellent presentation. Yes, so coming up next, I would like to invite Matthew. If you are here, please turn on your camera to present the winners of Loud Skill Challenge. Annie, if you are in the room, Annie, I just gave you the presenter, right? You can now turn on your camera. So Annie is the Director of Developer Relations of Microsoft APAC. Hello, Annie. I cannot hear you.
So hi, Annie, you need to refresh probably, and when you join, you need to give permissions to share your microphone. I think that's...
In the bottom center of the screen, there are a few icons. If you see the headphone icon, you just need to click there and activate your microphone. It's not? Okay, cool. So Annie, so hand it over to you. You need to unmute yourself.
I hope I'm audible now. Thank you, Hong. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I'm so thrilled. I just off hearing Martin and very excited to be here. Hi, all developers at FOSSASIA. The Cloud Skills Challenge has been an amazing experience for us as much as for you, I believe. We had over 2,000 developers actually on the Cloud Skills Challenge. So today, technology is moving at such a rapid pace that one needs to keep skilling up. And with the whole day's work and so much going on with COVID and the other things, skilling can sometimes take a back seat. So the gamified way of challenging yourself against your peers, gaining the maximum learning out of it, and racking up points on the leaderboard has been a fantastic journey to watch. So let's see who really won the third prize. Today we'll announce the third prize. Tomorrow you will know the second prize, and day after the first prize. But today we have Vincent Koch. Drum roll, please. Hi, Vincent. Are you out there? Can you come off mute and say a few words? If you're in the audience, feel free to come off mute and talk to us about what that learning journey was.
I see Vincent is not in the list of participants. Maybe he's on one of the streams.
Okay,
we'll definitely
cool.
Get in touch with Vincent.
Okay, cool. So the JBL charge is Vincent's today for all the great learning he's done. Yes. And thank you. We'll watch out for tomorrow and day after for the next prize winners. Join the session so you can say a few words as well. All right. Over to you, Hong and Mario.
Okay, thank you very much, Annie. It's a pleasure to connect with you. And
Annie,
yeah.
There is another third prize that you have not announced.
We have even more prizes. Wow, so many prizes. Should we like keep adding prizes for ourselves? So Annie, who is it?
Fussel Boy. Shazeen Fussel Boy from India. Are you in the audience?
Shazeen.
Let's look up.
I'm not seeing Shazeen in the audience.
Okay.
Let's try to invite them for the next announcement so they can share their words.
Yes.
Of course, like we have a few thousand registered attendees. So yeah, everyone has their schedule, but I'm sure they'll get it very quickly. Probably people are pinging them now already about their win. It's really exciting.
Yes.
And they did not know in advance that they are the winners.
I know, it's a surprise. It's supposed to be a surprise. But let tomorrow's winners, we'll let them know a little bit in advance so they can come and share a few words. It is lovely to hear their learning journey. Please feel to post this on LinkedIn. Tell us your journey. We would still love to hear about it.
Okay, so, and the next time, when do we have it the next time? Yeah, I see it on the screen.
Tomorrow, 10:55 a.m. We'll announce the second prize, and on Saturday, 5:55 for the final prizes.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Okay, Annie, then thank you very much. And
thank you. Bye-bye.
round of applause for everyone. Great, amazing how so many people participated in that challenge. So what's up next, Folk? So we're coming now to a nice panel, Code Without Barriers, addressing the gender gap. I mean, it's really nice to see that we have a lot of participants from around the world who are female in different genders. And the thing is, though, is not like equal like what we have in society, for example, where like, for example, half are male, half female, like there are also other genders. I don't know so much about those things, but I'm for equality. I am for anyone who wants to participate, who wants to contribute, to share what they can do and to be included. And I don't want to exclude anyone. And I'm glad that we can learn more about different perspectives, how we can achieve this. And we will now get ready for the next session. So stay tuned, 3 to 4 minutes, then we'll be ready, getting the panelists together at the moment. And we continue with the next session where we address the gender gap. So stay tuned, continue in a moment. Thank you.
Panelists for the upcoming panel are welcome to turn on your microphone and camera now. Let's verify that everything's working.
Staying connected around the world, and I also see Lisa here. Lisa, everything working for you?
Seems that way.
Okay, perfect. Lisa, where are you now?
I'm in Malaysia. I'm working from home at the moment.
Okay, I see. Okay, very nice. And in which city in Malaysia?
Kuala Lumpur.
In KL. Okay, very good. Okay, so who else do we have joining here?
We're waiting for Chayanon. I think her webcam is still locked.
Yes. So Chayanon Sovanna, or how do I say the name correctly? Ah, Chayanon, yes, I see you. Chayanon, you haven't activated the microphone yet. There's this headphone symbol in the middle, like on the bottom, and then a screen pops up and you can choose the microphone option. Yes. So yeah, click the headphone on the bottom in the middle of the screen, and then pops up and you are able to choose the microphone option. If that's not, you know, there's a pop-up screen at the beginning. You just want to listen or you want to speak. So you can try that out. And I see Hong Fook is also ready to go. Hong Fook, let's make a mic test here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Excellent.
And there is the three icon in the center of the screen. So you can click on the headphone and it should.
Yeah, I think she
Yeah,
did that right now, so she can't.
Okay, good.
Can't hear us. Yeah, so I'll leave you after making the check, helping you a bit with the check here. So I got a message just now already from our viewers here in China. So we have a few hundred people also watching in China on WeChat. There's this open source community called Kaiyuan Shi. So Kaiyuan is Chinese, right? It means open. And yeah, it's really great. So I can't wait to hear the numbers. So we have different channels here. So if you guys aren't able to join us here, always on the live channel where you can also interact and ask questions in the notes. You're happy to join us on other channels, for example, Hualanxing, WeChat, Bilibili in China, YouTube in the kind of rest of the world. Yeah, and somehow we are achieving it. Even though we have challenges these days, we're achieving it to get the message out there, to get to the people. So it's really nice technology as an enabler here. Chayanon, I saw that your microphone was working, but I don't see it anymore. Is it, how's the situation? Yeah, I see. And now,
China, can you unmute yourself?
She did unmute herself, but maybe browser permissions is sometimes an issue. Well, I think you're probably using Windows or Linux. I guess you're not using Mac. So that should be like trying to solve that. Yeah, that's also sometimes an issue. Different like earphones plugged in and so on. So many options these days. The computer doesn't know what to choose. So Chayanon, I see your microphone is muted, but when you unmute, you disappear. It means maybe the browser didn't recognize an audio device or something. Yeah, can you say something now? I'm looking here. Chayanon, useless land. I would try maybe try with another browser session. I don't know what browser you're using. Maybe try that. I see your microphone is on, but I can't hear you. Yeah. So, Chayanon, are you in the speakers chat on Telegram? Not yet. Maybe I just talk to you privately. And
yes,
we can
so can you, Mario,
yes.
I think normally with the external headphones, so Chayanon just removed this now. Could you refresh? Maybe it will pick up now the internal microphone already. If you try to refresh the browser one time.
Yes. So you took out the.
Yes, you took out the
turn on my video and audio.
So, Shayanon, you should be able to speak. I can see your mic is there.
Okay. So Mario, maybe should we get started?
Okay, so I think I'll leave it to you guys. I would say thank you very much for joining this session. I'll sort out with Chayanan in private chat. Chayanan, please see my private chat on the left-hand top side. And yeah, but I see like you guys are here. It's a pleasure to have you to stay connected, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful session. I have to learn a lot about the topic of diversity and how we can do better. So thank you very much for educating us on this, and welcome to everyone. Please share with each other, introduce each other, and ask fruitful questions also from the audience. An enjoyable session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mario. I think it's a pleasure to be here. One, for me, so I'm Sindhu Chengat. To introduce myself again, I'm the open source lead at Microsoft. So I look at the Azure business and specifically everything open source that runs on Azure. And so, this is a combination of me being, and also as a diversity inclusion champion and a woman in tech. This is perfect, something, two different passions coming together for me here today. And so I'm extremely happy to be moderating this session and addressing the gender gap here in the tech industry. I have my panelists here, Hong and Lisa. I'd love for you to quickly introduce yourselves as well, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sindhu. My name is Lisa. I'm the head of software engineering and testing in Petronas. And what that basically means is that we develop bespoke applications for the Petronas group of companies. And that comes together with obviously open source, as and when we use it. We're not very mature in this space, so we're hoping to learn a lot from the community here, and that's why we're here today. Diversity is not new to us, and I guess we'll discuss that a little bit. I'm finding myself invited to more and more of these topics, so I'm so excited that this is becoming such an important topic for discussion, and more people are talking about it, not just the ladies, but the men as well. So I'm very excited to participate in the session today. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Lisa. Hong?
Yes, so thank you, Sindhu, for the invitation. I will introduce myself again. So I am one of the founders of FOSSASIA. In the beginning, the reason why we started FOSSASIA, because we believe that open source can enable women like myself to get into to achieve what they want to do in life. And with I strongly believe in the idea of sharing and collaboration. My background, I came from Vietnam. I did not study computer science in university, but I learned and picked up technology through the open source community and got a lot of support from the people that I've been working with over the years, and that brought me here where I am today. And I would like really much to share my journey with the audience here. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Hong. I guess it's a pleasure to have you here. Our third panelist here, Chayanon, who we've had some technical issues, but she is the founder of Usersland, as a woman who's completely outside of the tech world and who's just stepped in to create a new entity just because out of her passion she stepped into now the tech world. So if Chainon is on chat, maybe we will ask her to answer some of the questions on chat. And in the meantime, let's get started. So this is an important topic. I think as we've sort of seen over the years, and a lot of the communities we work with as well, we see there is definitely a gap in terms of the women or the diversity representation. And while there is a lot of skilling going on, there are lots of tech communities, we're still seeing there's that gap. And I think that's precisely what we want to talk about, and then see how some of us have experienced this in our own ways, and how we've sort of been able to also not just get into the tech world, but also to support, right, other people. So I want to start with your own journeys, Hong and Lisa. Lisa, maybe we'll start with you. So I'd love to understand your own journey in the tech world, and then how it's been to be a woman in tech. And you are heading engineering, and so you obviously work with a big team. I'd love to understand your journey.
Well, my journey is both a combination of hard work, but mostly luck, I would have to say. Right place and right time, and also, well, I spent 10 years in consulting before I landed this current gig. So I was in Accenture, and my background actually is non-technical. So unlike many of you here, I have a background in politics, philosophy, and economics. That's what I did in university, and I find myself in this role, which is remarkable. A lot of the projects that I did while I was in Accenture were off of the back of large technology projects. So I did many roles adjacent to technology. And for anybody looking to move into technology, this is a great start. There are many roles that revolve around technology, like product management. I did a lot of project management. I did change management. And then you find yourself talking a lot about the product. You have to understand the IT life cycle. And once I was offered the role in IT, I started supervising a portfolio of products that were mainly developed in-house, which is why the software engineering practice grew out of that. And from actually a very small team that I used to manage of about maybe 40, 50 people, we are now about 150 engineers. And we expect to grow to about 200 engineers. Hopefully by this time next year. The market's getting really challenging, so I'm not sure about that. But I really hope that we do. So I think I would attribute that to mainly a few things. I think firstly, I built a lot of credibility in non-technical roles. And secondly, I had the support of some very important allies who were actually male that supported me for this role, because I could understand technology in a way and explain it to leaders in my organization that did not have a technical background. So that I think the communication and the strength of that communication supported me for this role, I would say.
That's wonderful. And I think it's a great message to sort of call out that it's always possible to get into the tech space. It shouldn't be daunting, even if the person doesn't have a technical background. Hong, would you like to share your personal story?
Yeah, so similar to Lisa, I did not study computer science, but I got to get into contact with the Linux user group when I was in university, and from there picking up the idea of open source and learn from the people that I like in events like this where I meet other developers. I learned and my career path. So after I graduated, I moved back to Vietnam. And together with Mario, we started a tech company that doing software development with about 25, 30 people, developers at that time. Our company, a small company at that time, we doing software development. At the same time, we continue to develop projects on the open space. Yeah, so it's a company to sustain the development, but we open up everything that we do in the open source space to engage with the community. Besides like doing manage the operation of the company, recruiting developers, handling projects. I was a consultant for companies like Daimler for their digital transformation strategies on open source, and I work as well with the GIZ and UNESCO also on the ICT strategy on the national level. And now I'm here in Germany, helping another company on InnerSource, the model how people can develop software in-house, with also similar to Lisa, involved in infrastructure solution as well. But one thing that I want to emphasize here, as you mentioned before, so in tech, it's not only software developers. There are a lot of different roles that women or anyone can take to start your journey. And by getting involved in the community, learning from each other, one thing that I could say that I'm very happy with what I'm doing right now, and I think this is the best thing. So I have the option, I have opportunity, I can choose what I want to work on, what job I want to take, and this is a privilege for me, in my opinion, to continue to do what you like, what you enjoy.
That's a great takeaway. I think it's very true that there are different roles in the tech world. So it doesn't matter what sort of background you have, and you could always, I think technology is part of every industry today, literally. So, and with COVID, we've only seen that acceleration. So it just means you can't escape technology anymore, but you can choose to play different roles. So yes, I love that takeaway. Chayanon, would you like to share your personal story? Great to have you on
finally, yes.
Yes.
So I call myself a designer. Well, I was also educated as civil architect, but I was interested in designing for the public, and then life brought me to learning environment designing, and then a few years ago I had a career break because of I became a mother, and then I kind of sort of thought to myself what I wanted to do after this, because as a mom, with a small child, I wanted to have more time for her and so on. And then being a civil architect is actually, I was overworked, and then because of the culture and so on. Anyway, and I also have the interest in learning environment, and then I was contacted by my former colleague. We were working together at a science museum, and she was also wanted to do something for learning, and but her background was in computer science, and then so we paired together, and then with the other few people who were also our past colleagues, and then we decided that we want to do something about creativity, and then we did some studying of the demographic audience and so on. We came up with Useless Land. That was a long story, sorry. But so now I'm the founder of worldwideweb.uselessland.com. It's an online community for everyday maker and inventors. And we also have some algorithms that can help increase creativity in people of all ages. And yeah, and you can also be supported by the community, financially, if you are actively building something. Yeah, and that's it. I'm sorry, I was excited.
No, thank you. I think it's just great. I mean, even on this panel, right? I think all of us have completely different roles. Some of us from the tech, in the corporate world, the tech industry. Hong, you're part of the communities and still helping companies. And China, as the founder of a startup, couldn't be a better way to sort of demonstrate that yes, there are lots of roles that women can take. I do want to, however, touch upon, it's obviously not easy, right? It's not smooth sailing always. So I want to touch upon the challenges. So what are the challenges that each of you came across, and how did you overcome that? So Lisa, maybe we start with you.
Yeah, sure. Well, I have the double whammy here. Oil and gas is predominantly a very male dominated industry as it is, and so is technology. And I am in an IT firm. I'm in an IT division that's within an oil and gas company. So I look around everywhere. It's mostly male. And all of my direct reports in this huge engineering shop that I've just described to you are all male. And the people that I report to are male as well. So it can get kind of lonely. I guess that's one of the challenges. We don't have enough mentors and role models. I think personally, especially in my journey, as when I compare it to consulting, it's very different. But having said that, IT, at least here in Petronas, has one of the more diverse leadership communities. So I've talked about my up and my downliners, but in terms of my peers, we have people from who are Malaysian, who are non-Malaysian, and we have a good mix of female and male leaders. So I'm thankful for that. I think another challenge is that while the leadership bench, at least at my level, is fairly diverse, I think we, like many Malaysian companies, don't have some fundamentals in place when it comes to D&I initiatives. I mean, there are lots of panels like this. There's a lot of talk about it. There are a lot of networks, women leading women and supporting, and unconscious bias workshops, things like that. But I think we need more hard measures, like promotions should have some kind of gender statistics. We should measure that. Recruitment should have some gender metrics as well. And I think a lot of these things which we now manage informally, like we put a JD up on the job portal, and if only males apply to it, then that's just too bad. We don't try any harder to get the role to appeal to ladies or to market it more to ladies. We're just like, yeah, no, ladies apply, what can we do? So let's just hire a male. So I think we need to do a little bit more, and we need to make the targets a little bit more real and visible, because right now I feel all of it is fairly informal.
Yeah, no, great. I think it's all a change. It never happens overnight. So I think it's always the snowball effect. You have to start small somewhere, and industries like the oil and gas are still so hard to change. So yes, I think it's very valid. The real world challenges there, but I'm glad that you are still within what your capacity is, as well as like your sphere of influence, you're able to work with the stakeholders in Petronas. Hong, what would you say your challenges are, and what they've been, and how you overcome those?
Yeah, so I want to second all the points that Lisa just mentioned. So I think one thing that she mentioned was the opportunity. So women are not given the opportunity to be on the leadership roles, and not only in Asian countries. So if I'm being here now in Germany, in the West, so you still see the practices that let's look at the board members, or look at the CEO of a certain group of companies. They are all like male dominated. And I think what we need is more opportunities, and it's not just by showing a small article on the recruitment, but we need to have a concrete way to measure diversity and inclusion. I also agree that we should start more, because change needs time, and it will happen at one point, but probably it goes a little bit not as fast as what we are expecting. And another point that I want to mention, so being my experience being part of the open source community, so sometimes we always promote like friendly collaboration, but sometimes some community are not so friendly to women. It's not their nature. However, women tend to be more sensitive to the way how people interact and communicate with us. And because the projects are so international, we have people coming from so many different backgrounds, and sometimes it's difficult for them to adjust their style of communication, and it really means understanding miscommunication, and this encourage women to continue their journey when they at one point, okay, in the beginning of my journey, I already find that people are not so friendly to me if I ask for help or something in the channel, and it happened quite regularly. Yeah, so based on my experience, so I just want to share with the women out there, don't take it so personal, because it may be just their way they will talk to another men, like the way they communicate with you. So I would say focus on the goal that you want to achieve, focus on the outcome. And there are different people in the tech ecosystem. Yeah, and they're more they are more friendly people, nicer people compared to the unfriendly one. So don't take it too personal. So it's not you. It definitely not about you. So yeah, so get involved as soon as possible.
Agree. A little bit of thick skin doesn't hurt.
Exactly.
China, would you like to talk about your challenges?
My challenges. Oh, I have lots of challenges. I have a challenge because I'm a female founder, and I have another challenge because I'm a mom. The other challenge is because I'm a new beginner in the tech world, and I'm supposed to lead some developers. We have a few developers in our team, and most of them are men. So then it gets like very complicated. How am I supposed to lead them? Like at the beginning, it was like, okay, maybe they don't need to be led. Maybe everything will function like as a team level, equal level, but then it doesn't really work. So because I have a job as a manager, so I should be able to manage them. For example, in terms of technical, at the beginning, we have problem with communication, like how to communicate between non-technical founder who knows what she wants on her platform because she's been talking to users and so on. How to communicate that to the programmers. And we didn't use DevOps or anything. We were just doing like talking or some spreadsheet. It didn't work. And we were having problem for a few months. But that was solved. So I took a course in Agile and then in also DevOps. And then it actually worked. It's like solved most of the communication problem. And I was happy, really happy about that. And then the challenge about being a female is like the communication. So I don't want to generalize, but I think we're more like scared of what people will perceive about us and so on. But I learned to communicate more directly, like focus on the outcome, on the goal of what we want to achieve, like you just said. Yeah, and the next challenge is time management, like because I have a small child and so on. So, but in my case, it was solved because I had like good enough, I think, childcare and also the supportive family who could help me to achieve this. Yeah, and I'm from Thailand originally, but yeah, and in Thailand we don't. I would say for the general public, we don't really have good enough supportive system. But like now I live in Norway, but I'm on a family trip in Thailand now. So in Norway, like for example, they have good quality childcare, and the spouse share housework is like common. So I think that helps me. Yeah. But still, I still have other challenges that I hope I will be able to solve.
Of course, I'm sure. So, but I think the key takeaway is there, right? I think time management is so important, as well as the ability that I think women, we do end up multitasking or juggling various priorities. And then, the most important thing is not to shortchange or doubt ourselves, which is, I think that's what happens a lot of times, right? And it leads me to a very important sort of factor, the next topic, which is even when it comes to applying for jobs, right? What I've read and what people tell me, like recruiters, is that typically if a woman is applying for a role, she would look at if she's a fit for a role and look at meeting that criteria 100%, whereas men would look at applying for a role when they meet 60% of the criteria. So you see the vast difference. It's huge, right? So I think the important thing is not to shortchange and doubt ourselves, but to actually go ahead, have the focus, and especially look at what outcomes we want to achieve. So on that topic, which is on recruitment, and then hiring. So I think that is again something that we're seeing a lot of change in, while companies are also putting in policies towards inclusive hiring as well as like diversity percentages and things like that. I want to know what is your advice to somebody who is looking at either getting into the tech industry as a starter or is a career shifter? What would be your piece of advice to them?
I have to circle back to what Shayanon said about the crash course in Agile and DevOps. Personally, that really helped me as well. I used to be a lot less well versed in these topics. I understood them conceptually, but I never really had hands-on. And it wasn't until I hired a female leader who actually helped me establish our DevOps practices for the first time. And she was the only direct report of mine. Maybe it's because, we were friends before, we were colleagues, but she was comfortable telling me, Lisa, this is not acceptable. You have to get onto the free tier right now for any cloud platform and you build me an application, okay? Otherwise you cannot lead developers. Or, let's do a crash course on DevOps and we'll push some code, all the way through to our staging environment, or we'll do something else hands-on and go and get your Agile certification. We'll all go and get it together. So we did it, and I think that's one of the first steps, not just to gain credibility in the role that you already have, but to gain credibility to be recruited by others. So if you want to make the shift into technology, you have to understand how it is built, how people manage their cadences, what in Agile practices you are allowed to ask for and what you're not allowed to do. I thought like it was not that much of a taboo to take a user story from this sprint and push it to the next sprint, but apparently it is. Okay, so you don't want to make boo-boos like that as a leader or as a manager of developers, or even if you're working at as a business analyst alongside developers. You have to understand how things are done. So I think training yourself is one of those things, and being able to speak the lingo and do the work is obviously key. Oh, you're on mute, Sidhu.
Yes, a continuous learning. That's the takeaway there. Hong, what's your advice?
So my advice would also be continued learning. So I believe that whether you are a man or a woman, in order to get into the job, your dream job, you need to be capable. You need to have the right skill sets, and this can all be learned. So you need to be persistent. So before we're talking about how the society have different view on women and men, I think that one thing that we really need to focus is how to enhance our skill set, because technologies is changing every day. So continue learning is something that I would advise as well. One more thing that I want to share. Besides learning, there's something else that we can do. Like Shayanon mentioned earlier, we might not know how to promote ourselves. So compared to the men colleagues, so we need to speak up, talk about our achievement, and share what we do to let people know. So make ourselves more visible. And sorry, I want to mention the word open source again, because by your contribution to project, to the community, it makes yourself more visible to the recruiter. Some years ago, a friend of mine shared with me a book. I don't know if you in the panel have read this book. It's called How to Be Successful Without Hurting Men's Feelings by Sarah Cooper. I don't know if you've seen this book before. It is a very funny book. But in this book, it shows you how the men normally get away from things in the office and how to be successful on fighting office politics, and it's written in a very funny way, and I think that we can check that out. Sinho, there is actually a question very similar to the question that you raised on the channel, asking should application be evaluated without photo and without the first name to prevent gender inequalities. I just want to answer very quickly to this question. So Stefan, thank you for the question. So I believe that it's not only about the applicant. So the recruiters, the company should be should change in their way of change the process and change their way of thinking, and it should go from the management level that makes sure that the employees, the recruiters follow the right process in recruitment. So it's not only so change the photo or change the name. So people should not be afraid to share that they are women or to share their name. So that should not be a practice. So it's more about corporation need to change their approach to recruiting. Yeah, so that's all for me.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for answering that, Hong. Shainon, one advice from you.
One advice from me, yeah, take lots of online courses and speak up what you want, and don't be afraid of men, like, and also not just developers or your colleagues, but like investors or users or your audience. Yeah, we should have more confidence. It's like, I noticed, I have some friends that are CEOs of startups as well, and they are men, and they exude so much confidence when they talk about their work and so on. I don't know whether it's just me or it's like the female thing. So I think we tend to have less confidence, even when our work can have like equal quality or higher quality. So have confidence, I think. Yeah, that's something I'm working on as well. Yeah. And advice for like beginners in the tech world. Be goal focused, I think. It's like my project at the beginning. It didn't seem like it would make lots of money yet, but now we are on the right way, making some money.
That's great. You're on the right track. In fact, there are lots of interesting questions there, and I do hope your startup starts making money soon. But there's always that initial curve, right? I do hope you break even very soon. There are some interesting questions on the shared notes that I want to also take up. So one is how do you prevent the imposter syndrome? That's to share. So I think, that's a question that I love, and it keeps coming up in a lot of discussions that I'm part of. So so any of you want to take that up? How do you prevent imposter syndrome?
Thank you. Sorry, I don't think you can prevent it in entirety. It's something that afflicts both men and women, I think, in technology, especially when tech moves so quickly and what you knew yesterday gets outdated so quickly today. But I think it ties back to what we've been talking about, like what Chainon said, take lots and lots of online courses, get a subscription to Pluralsight, for example, which is the one I'm on at the moment. And I've also noticed that something struck me when I was having a conversation with my dev leads the other day. They were talking about how should we hire a senior developer, because they think that they're so hot and they never follow our advice and they always want to do what they want to do. They never check in their code, and they take offense when we review and when we tell them what to do. Should we just hire a junior guy? So I think humility, imposter syndrome is, I think it's bad when it affects your confidence and you don't go for the opportunities, or you don't raise your hand, or you don't learn new, you don't bother to learn new things, or you don't apply for that job that you feel that you're not 100% qualified for. So it shouldn't stop you from doing those things. But at the same time, imposter syndrome keeps you humble. I don't know everything. I need to keep learning, and it's exciting to learn new things, and I'll accept failure sometimes, and it's okay. It's a learning opportunity. So
True.
it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. And I was given this fantastic tip early on in my career as well, which is fake it till you make it. And, sometimes, again, I think, is this the right thing? But then I realize, if you have been given an opportunity, just jump into it. And sometimes the fake it till you make it happens. And then, you eventually learn and get there. So there's another question, which is interesting, on what can men do to support their female colleagues. I think this is a great question for everybody here online today. Any piece of advice on what men should do better? Hong or China, on any responses from you?
China, you like this?
I think it's like at home and at work, right? So at home, so female working women, not just raising children, they are normally caretakers, like taking care of elderly at home or food shopping or whatever. It's so much jobs that are not paid. So men at home can help that as well, divide the work, or do more of the work sometimes. And then at work, I think the laws should be like in Norway. I'm not sure about in other countries. So they have this ratio, like how many women should be there at the company or how many men and so on. And like men at work, they can just follow the regulations or law and try to have less discrimination in the interview room and so on. And also in terms of, I'm not sure about in terms of gender, but in terms of like knowledge gap, as a beginner founder, like you can, because traditionally they were raised to probably be more interested in technical knowledge and so on. So they can also give us like advice on which course to take and so on, as a transition period for a woman like me who wasn't interested in tech earlier. Yes.
Yeah, so in short, I guess, be an ally. I think one sound advice to everybody of the men out there is be an ally. And I think, it's going to be a more inclusive space. I do have another sort of response that will come up to that in a few minutes. I'm going to talk about how all of you could also be supportive through that initiative. So maybe we'll get to that because I know we're running short on time. So I do want to take a few minutes to talk about this initiative called Code Without Barriers, which is an initiative that we started as a vision from Microsoft, but then now we have so many partners and communities, customers who are now part of this, who've signed memorandums of understanding with us to see how we can bridge the diversity gap and to help improve that. We could get into the next slide, Hong. So FOSSASIA is part of this, and then so is Petronas. So you'll see that a lot of companies and partners, like I mentioned, are part of this. The idea is that we try to give our own space and time to be supportive of how we can give them a platform for women developers to contribute to their growth, and then to also build up technical talent. And in short, I think some of these things will help. We can go into the next one. So this is a quick summary of some of the community partners as well as the customers who are part of Code Without Barriers today. Do look us up on LinkedIn as well as the website. You'll find a website on Code Without Barriers where you can find some more information. The two key takeaways that I want for all of you to take out today is that as part of the Code Without Barriers, there are multiple things that we are doing, which is upskilling, certifications, supporting with essentially people who are looking for jobs. And there are two specific things as well. One, which is mentoring opportunities. To get it's not easy when you're starting off new or even trying to be a career shifter. And so for those of you who would want somebody to be a mentor in the tech industry, an expert who can advise you, this is a great opportunity for you. Do sign up. We can go to the QR code, maybe the next slide. It's going to be a 6-month, it's an opportunity to get a 6-month mentorship. It's going to be 1 to few mentoring circles with 2 mentors from 2 industry experts and 4 to 6 mentees in each circle. There will be a once a month cadence. So do sign up. You'll see there are technical topics as well as business topics that we will cover. And so based on the area of interest to you, do sign up, and we will pair you up with mentors from the Code Without Barriers team. The next slide is, here's the QR code. Sign up before the 12th, because that's when we were sort of looking at post that we're looking at putting the circles together and officially kickstarting that. Form, feel free to get a mentor. It doesn't matter if you're a starter or if you're somebody who is, been in the tech industry but trying to shift. It's for people across career stages. Feel free to sign up to get a mentorship. The last sort of takeaway is also that we are similar to the Cloud Skills Challenge that you were part of. I think we've seen a lot of enthusiasm here in the chat as well about that. There's also a hackathon which is coming up. So this is currently being sponsored by Microsoft, but we're our partners, Girls in Tech, as well as iTrain Asia is helping us organize this. You'll see a QR code here as well. So for all the women out here who would love to be part of hacking real-time issues or real-life issues from companies, do feel free to join in the hackathon. There are timelines as well on the next slide. And you should be able to, so these are some of the timelines that are coming in. So submissions until they start in from the 12th until the 16th. There will be a public voting. And then the final judging, that's the winners will be announced on the 31st. So that's the schedule. There's definitely more. So with the QR code, you'll be able to get more details as well. Going back to, so these are actually real life problems, like I said. So companies like CIMB, Accenture, they've all given us real life problem statements, which you will be hacking on. Okay, what I do want to leave you with for today is that, let's just go into the last slide, Hong, and then we can leave them with the QR codes if they want to sign up either to get mentored or to join the hackathon. I think what would be good is for us to leave on maybe a quick sort of one word takeaway or one sentence takeaway for all of our viewers here today. So I've loved having all of you on the panel. Lisa, Hong, Chai Nong, thank you so much. So maybe a quick one word or one sentence takeaway for everybody here today.
Probably to support each other. I think maybe everyone, male or female alike, should think of that one person in the meeting who's a lady or minority that never speaks up, and to provide the encouragement or just ask them gently, what do you think, and to help that person visualize themselves in a larger role, in a leadership role, whatever it is.
All right.
Yes, so I would take active. So actively participate in learning program like this hackathon that Sinhu just shared. Actively participate in the FOSSASIA Summit. Learn yourself, get yourself into real project, and start to connect with the open source community at the conference.
I think the world will be a better place if we have more female leaders and also leaders of diverse background. So it's our job, it's men's job as well to support leaders from various backgrounds. So That's it. And I promise to all men, the world is really going to benefit you better if you promote us female leaders too.
Yeah, on that high note, thank you so much once again to all of you. I know we weren't able to answer all of the questions, but maybe we can get to some of them on the chat if you can stay on for a few more minutes. I do want to be mindful of time, even though we had a late start. So let's maybe take some of these questions on chat. Thanks once again, and over to you, Mario.
Yes, thank you very much. That was very insightful. And yeah, mentoring programs, that's what we need. I also wonder if we at FOSSASIA or in the wider community should do a mentoring program for the guys, yeah, how to be better, yeah, how to take care better, how to be better partners, how to be better yeah, like in the companies, but also in the community and so on. So much to learn, and I don't know, like there's just so many questions. It sounds like we could like spend another hour, and I just had a chat here. That one idea could be we could like follow up on the FOSSASIA community chat channels, and I'd love, like, I don't know if you have the time, Sindhu, I'd love that if we could also share your answers on the FOSSASIA blog, so that people can like learn more, and yeah, so much to learn. It can't be, it should not be, must not be the last session on that topic. Yeah, I appreciate it very much that you shared this with us. So thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay, so, and yeah, we're getting set here for the next session, which is on Apache Airflow. Yeah, let me share a little bit more about this. So it is from Ricardo Suarez. Yeah, Ricardo will also join us tomorrow. Today he's in another time zone, very difficult for him to challenge it on the plane. But he was so nice to share a pre-recorded video from a few days ago. And Ricardo is a principal developer advocate at AWS. He works with builders, technology leaders, and enterprise executives to help them transform their businesses. He has over 20 years of experience leading open source, emerging technology, and innovation programs. Ricardo is passionate about cloud innovation and open source, and he is excited about how they combine to accelerate and amplify customers' ability to innovate. Of course, it's the community, but it's customers, it's technology developers. Everything comes together, and everything comes together in the Apache community. So I'm very glad to yeah, see the session here on Apache Airflow now, where we can learn more. So give me a second here to set all the details on everything. And yeah, Ricardo said he will also answer questions in the chat, or he has his team. There are all these channels. Maybe some of you already checked out the hallway where you can connect with different people, like move around and chat with different people. So that's also a good way to stay connected here in those challenging times where we still a lot of people are online. So enjoy the session now of Ricardo, and talk to you then afterwards. Exciting program here today. Ricardo, now.
Data orchestration is the process of taking siloed data from multiple locations, combining and organizing it, and making it available to your developers, data engineers, and data scientists. Data orchestration enables businesses to automate and streamline data-driven decision-making. Apache Airflow is an open source orchestration tool that helps you programmatically create workflows in Python that helps you schedule, monitor, and manage your data engineering pipelines. No more having to manually manage these yourself. Hello, my name is Ricardo Suarez. I'm a principal developer advocate for open source at AWS. And in this session, I want to share, first of all, the problem space that we see as companies begin to try and create these data pipelines. Then I want to provide an overview of the key concepts and architecture of a popular open source project called Apache Airflow. And then I'm going to come out of slides and we're going to start using this open source project and start creating our first workflow and then our first data pipeline. I'm going to then wrap up with some of the ways that you can run Apache Airflow and also share the resources, including all the code that I've used in my demos. Now, if you look at the different steps you need in order to get data into the hands of your data scientists, you'll probably recognize some of these steps above. We need to collect data wherever it resides, across multiple different origins. We might need to clean that data, perhaps filter it based on our specific needs. We might need to combine that data and finally store it somewhere, perhaps on a data lake or even in our data warehouse. And we might need to do this in a way that makes sure that only those who are authorized to use that data can have access to that data. So security needs to be throughout all of these steps. Now, it was common for these discrete steps to be managed separately using tools such as cron or manual tools to help schedule and provide some kind of automation. But one of the challenges of this approach is that as your use of data grows, it becomes harder to scale and make sure that you can keep on top of those and make sure that your data pipelines can work consistently and reliably. What was really needed was a way to orchestrate all those different steps and tasks in a data pipeline. And so many organizations started to turn to commercial tools to help coordinate those. But in 2014, the engineering team at Airbnb, who were also building their own data engineering tool and faced many of these similar problems, created Apache Airflow as a workflow management platform that helps you create and manage complex workflows. And it became a top-level Apache project back in 2019, and it's been growing in popularity ever since. So let me cover some of the kind of key concepts and terms which will make things easy to understand as we go into the demo and we start building our first workflow. Now, the grouping together of various tasks that you see in a data pipeline that I just mentioned is what we call a workflow, or directed acyclic graph DAG. Within Apache Airflow, these DAGs are a collection of everything you need to create your specific outcome. Now, in Apache Airflow, our workflow or DAG is represented by some Python code. Within this file, we use Python code to first define characteristics of our workflow or our DAG. And each DAG has a unique identifier. We call this the DAG ID. And we'll look more at this later on as we go into the demo. Now, a task is a unit of work in Python code that is added to your DAG file. And like our workflow, each task has a unique identifier, and we call that the task ID. Now, in order for tasks to be able to complete what they need to do, and also in order to simplify life for our data engineers, we use operators. Now, operators in Apache Flow determine what work gets executed. And you can think of operators as templates for doing a task. You provide them some information and the operator takes care of the heavy lifting. And Apache Airflow uses lots of different kinds of operators in order to simplify how you interact with external systems. For example, sensors are a special kind of operator that is designed to do exactly one thing: wait for something to occur. So, for example, you might want to wait for a file to appear in an Amazon S3 folder. A hook is a high-level interface to an external platform that lets you quickly and easily talk to that without having to write any low-level code. And hooks use a construct within Apache Airflow connections, which you define in the Apache Airflow user interface, that allows you to define connection details to help simplify how you connect to those external systems. Now, Apache Airflow has many kinds of operators, and these are augmented by third-party providers, vendors, developer and open source. And you can see a small list of the operators here. And these all work to help simplify how you execute the work within your tasks. And also, the community is continuing to build and improve on these operators, and they help you integrate with a very broad range of systems that you typically need to do the work to build your data pipelines. A collection of tasks is what make up a workflow, as I've already mentioned. And in Apache Airflow, these DAGs these are DAGs, and in the DAG we have a number of nodes that represent our workflow graph. Now, each task has a relationship and dependencies with each other nodes in the task in the graph, and this is where the term directed acyclic graph comes from and describes the relationship between these different nodes. Now, you define the relationship in one of two ways, and we can see this on the right. You can use the greater than and less than operators if you want, or you can use the set underscore upstream or set underscore downstream, and this will help you define the relationship. So as we can see here on this screen, we have the relationship, the same relationship and graph defined using those two different approaches. Now, before we can run and orchestrate these tasks, we need to know how we can deploy them to Apache Airflow. Apache Airflow reads the contents of a special folder called the DAG directory. Now, once you copy your DAGs and any associated files, Apache Airflow will load them. And if your tasks have dependencies, then you need to specify these as you would typically define these in your requirements.txt file. So now we have our DAG. How are these actual schedules and executed efficiently? So the Apache Airflow architecture uses a scheduler which understands and submits tasks that need to be executed. And the scheduler processes your DAG and your workflow and looks at all the tasks inside your workflow to understand what needs to be scheduled for execution. The actual execution is handled by the executor, and these will typically be on dedicated worker nodes where those tasks within your DAG will be executed. Now, it's important to realize that you shouldn't make assumptions that the same task will be executed on the same place, as depending on the way you've deployed Apache Airflow, you may have a number of different worker nodes which are running your tasks in parallel. So there are two types of executor, and these are the ones that run locally inside the actual scheduler process, and we call those the local executors, and those that run them remotely via typically a pool of workers. So in the local executor, the task is run as a thread managed by the executor, but in the remote executor, the task is run on a worker node that's managed by a remote executor. And there are a number of these different ones, but popular ones include a Celery and the Kubernetes executors. So the scheduler in Apache Airflow is very powerful and allows you to very precisely control how you schedule your workflows. When we create our DAG, we define within the DAG properties that around the schedule that we want to use via the schedule underscore interval parameter, which you can see here. Now we can leave this to none, as is in this example, which means that it will only be triggered on demand or through the Apache Airflow UI. But we can also use a cron syntax. Now, we can also, thanks to a recent innovation, define more complex scheduling use cases through the new timetables feature. So that's something to look out for if the standard cron scheduling doesn't work for you. But one key takeaway is that understanding scheduling is really important. A DAG run is when an instance of your workflow begins execution, which means that all the tasks are going to be run within that workflow. The value of start date is used as the starting point for your Apache Airflow scheduler, and it's used to plan how tasks need to be scheduled and executed. Now, if this value is in the past, Airflow will work out how many times from the moment you're running it now to that start date, and it will launch those tasks in order. So for example, using this example at the bottom, if we set the start date to a day ago and your schedule is to run every hour, when you start this workflow, it's going to kick off 24 iterations of this workflow. Now you can disable that using the catch-up equals false, which is the default value, if that's not what you want. Now, because of that behavior, one of the really important features you need to think about when you create your workflows is idempotency. Now this means that when you do something, every time you do it, you always expect to get the same output. And so when you're using scheduling, it's important to factor in, if you are running a schedule, how you can build this idempotency into your workflow. And the reason for this is there is a very nice feature within Apache Airflow called backfill. And what this allows you to do is allows you to go back and rerun your workflows based on date parameters you provide and rerun every single step. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, perhaps maybe you've had an upstream failure of a system and all your data is not consolidated. Or maybe you've got a change that you want to make to all of the data in your data lake and you want to rerun your workflows based on your source data. So backfill allows you to potentially do this, but you need to make sure that your workflows are idempotent and that you can then use that in conjunction with the Apache Airflow backfill command to rerun your workflows and then bring your kind of data pipeline into the new state you want to bring it. Now, within Apache Airflow, we have a thing called a metadata, which is where Apache Airflow stores all the information about all the tasks and workflows as they are being scheduled and run. And it contains that historical record of all successful and failed tasks. And you can view all this information through the Apache Airflow UI. So aside from being used by the web server and the UI to store and encrypt, the workflow, it's also used to store and encrypt connection information to upstream or downstream systems, and also variables you might want to use to make your workflows more reusable and more parameterized. And this is important because it allows you to then ensure you don't put secrets in your Python code and you just refer to a variable, and then within the Apache Airflow metadatabase, those secrets will be encrypted. The final thing that the database does is it allows tasks to be able to intercommunicate by using something called XCOM. And this allows these tasks to send and receive data as a way of managing state. Now, the last part to talk about is the Apache Airflow UI, which we'll see in a minute when we go into the demo. And it has a very, very nice UI user interface that makes it really easy to see the state of our DAGs, look at the graphs, trigger them, and then also view the state of scheduled workflows we've got. We can go back and look at historical records, and we'll look at some of that as we go into the demo. So that's enough of slides. We're now going to go into a 25-30 minute demo of how we start installing Apache Airflow, creating our first workflow, and then starting to build our first data pipeline. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab some source data from the internet, and it's a sample set of data using a number of data files around movies, so movie names, ratings, tags, that kind of thing. So I think it's about 4 or 5 different pieces of data. We're going to then take those and merge them so that we've got all the data we need in one place. Then we're going to clean this data. Now, for this demo, what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the movie titles. We're just going to remove the letter E. So we should have a finished data set which has all the movies without the letter E. And then we're going to move that into our data lake and our data warehouse. And we're going to use existing data warehouse, which I've created using Amazon Redshift, and our data lake is going to be sitting on Amazon S3. Our actual data sits out on the web somewhere. Now, we're also going to use Apache Airflow on my local developer environment initially, and we're going to use a project called the Moa Local Runner, which we'll see in a second. And then we're going to build that data pipeline, orchestrate the tasks to do all those things. And then we're going to move from the local development environment, and we're going to move it to a managed service for Apache Airflow. So AWS has a managed service called Managed Workflows for Apache Airflow. And we're going to take that workflow and we're going to run it there, and it should work exactly the same. So we're going to come out of slides now and start going into the code. So I've come out of slides, and the first thing I want to show you before we kick off the demo is the homepage for the Apache Airflow project, which you can access at airflow.apache.org. If we click on the documentation link and then Apache Airflow, we can see that there's lots of really great clear documentation, including how you can install Apache Airflow using a number of different approaches. Now, for this project, for this demo, I'm going to use a project that also simplifies how you can get Apache Airflow up and running. I've shown all the code, which I'll share the link at the end when I do resources, in a GitHub repo. And we'll be using this project here, which is called the moi local runner. And this contains the Docker container and configuration information that allows you to quickly get Apache Airflow up and running. So we're going to go to Visual Studio Code. I've checked out that repository already. We can see the code here. I'm going to go into this, and there's a few steps we have to do. The first thing we need to do is actually build the containers. Now, before we build the containers, however, we can look at the project, and if I go to Docker, and we can see that there is some configuration files. Now, for the purpose of demo, I've actually changed one of the parameters in the Airflow configuration, and that parameter is to reload and check for new DAGs every 5 seconds rather than the default 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'd be waiting around too long for the demo. So you can review that if you want, make any changes you want, and then we basically build the image using the it's called build image. Now, I've already done this before, so this shouldn't take very long to run. Okay, but whilst it's running, I'll walk you through some of the other parts of the project. We have the DAGs folder. Now, the DAGs folder we can see here is empty. But when we start this project, it's going to read this as a volume, which means this is how we get the DAGs we're working on from our laptop, our developer workstation, into this local environment, and Apache Airflow pick it up. So we'll see that in a minute when we've actually started. Now, I'm going to put this on pause whilst this starts, finishes, because it takes a few seconds. So it's finished now. That took about 6 or 7 minutes to complete. Once it's finished, we can now start Apache Airflow by using the same command and specifying start. And this is actually going to start running those and bringing up those containers. In about a couple of minutes, we'll have the Apache Airflow UI up and running. Whilst we wait for that, because it's going to take a couple of minutes, let's start building our first workflow in Apache Airflow. Now, I'm sharing the code resources at the end, but within the repository, we've got a folder here called DAGs, and we've got one called first bash copy. Now, in this first workflow, what we're going to do is we're going to use one of the operators, the bash operator, to do just some simple file manipulations. We start off with this. It's a standard file, as you can see. It's first underscore bash underscore copy underscore file.py. We're going to import some libraries we're going to use within our workflow. Because we're using the bash operator, we're importing the bash operator here and some other additional libraries we need to do things like scheduling and date manipulation. Within your workflow, you also have a default arg statement, and this simplifies how we configure the default arguments we want to apply to our workflow when we actually create an object of our workflow, a DAG object. And I've set some simple ones here. I've commented out some of the other options you've got. For example, I could, if I wanted to define a specific Python file, Python function I might want to call in the event of a failure or success. I then give my DAG a name, a DAG ID. So in this instance, it's going to be called my first DAG. You can see commented out here. What I normally do is I normally leave it to the file name rather than actually give it a name itself. But for keeping it simple, I just wanted to do that. Then we actually have an instance of our workflow, our DAG. And here we give it the name, which we've created here. We pass in those default arguments. We give it a description, and then we specify a schedule. Now, if you recall back to the slides, we can here specify either a schedule via a cron type syntax, or we can specify none. And here, none means we're going to trigger this through the Apache Airflow UI. We then have a start date, and we can also apply some tags if we want to. I'm defining some variables here, which we'll see in a minute how we can then change these from being hard-coded within our workflow to then using variables which we configure in the Apache Airflow UI. And then we actually create our tasks. So we've got a number of different tasks here, all using the same operator. So all using the same bash operator. We've got a create file, we've got a move file, we've got a remove current file. So we can see this is going to create a file, it's going to move that, and then it's going to actually delete it. And then we create the relationship between those tasks, those nodes. So this is the graph, and we're using the greater than sign here. So the first task needs to be run first, then the second task, and then the third task. So this is our sample first hello world workflow. We can see whilst we were talking through that, the containers have now started. So we should be able to go into a browser, and we should be able to go into it now into localhost :8080, and we can see that it's logged in now. Because I was already logged in the previous session, it logged me in automatically. But typically when you do this the first time, you'll get a login prompt, and the default credentials are provided in the GitHub repo, and then that gets us into the Apache Airflow UI. Now there's nothing in here at the moment because we don't have any workflows. However, we can see that we've got a main screen here, which is where we would list all the workflows. We've then got some menu options here. Now the one that's of interest to us is the admin menu here, where we've got connections, where you define connections that operators can use in order to interact with downstream systems. This helps simplify both your code, but also helps improve security because you're keeping any important information in here, and it's encrypted in the Metastore database, and all you need to refer to it is through the connection ID. And then we've got variables, where we can define variables which we can use, so that we don't have to hard code our workflows and make them more reusable. So let's now actually, now that we've finished creating our first workflow, let's actually now move it to that special folder, the DAGs folder, and see what happens. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to copy it into the DAGs folder. So it's now here, and if we go back to the UI, because I've changed it to every 5 seconds, we can see now that it's appeared in the UI. We can see that it's appeared, but however, it's currently in a paused state, and so it's not actually going to run. But because this was on a schedule anyway, it wouldn't run anyway. So we can enable it by unpausing, and then we can click on it, and we can now start to see more information about our workflow. We have two ways we can view the tasks: tree view and graph view. And we can then see some information about historical data as to how this workflow and the tasks have run in the past. Now, because this is the first time, there's no information there. We can also see that there is a box, a colored box around each, which corresponds to a state, and we can see the state in this key here. To actually kick this off, we can use the trigger, and when you trigger on demand, you get the opportunity to supply parameters. Now this is really useful if you want to create parameterized workflows. This one doesn't have that, so we'll click on trigger, and it's now going to run. So if we go onto the graph view, we can now see the box around it changing color from queue to running to success. We can see it's dark green. We can now go into each task, and we can actually look at the log, and this gives us the information as to what happened with the task. And we can see here that it's actually run the commands that we had in our bash operator. We can now also look at the task duration, which because this task was very small, it actually doesn't really register there. We can look at task retries. We can look at things like landing time, or the Gantt chart, where you can see the different tasks that were run as part of this workflow. So over time and with more complex workflows, that is really super information to have. So we've created our first workflow. If we go back to our Video Studio, we've got a second one here, and this does a very similar thing, but this time it just uses the bash operator, and what we're doing here is we're just echoing hello. But what I've changed here is I put this one on a schedule, so this is running every 2 minutes. So let's move this one into the DAGs folder, go back, and hopefully very shortly we should see and there it is. Okay, took a bit longer than I thought, but we now have my first scheduled DAG. Now you can see here Under schedule, we've now got the schedule. Let's enable this. And because we've enabled it and it's on a schedule, this should start running straight away. We can see it's already run. We've not triggered it. And we can have a look at the logs and we can see that all it's doing, it's outputting hello, and the other one is putting hello world. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave that running in the background, and what we'll see is that this is actually going to start running every 2 minutes. So over the next few minutes, we should see a history start building for this task. So those are very simple workflows just to kind of get you started. But let's now take a look at actually building our proper data pipeline. Now I've already got the workflow built here. I'm going to walk through this and how this actually works. So we can see straight away that the import statement for this workflow is using a lot more operators. We've got a Python operator, we've got the AWS Athena operator, we've got the S3 key sensor. Okay, so we're going to use these as we build our data pipeline. We're also importing more Python libraries to do various steps, as we'll see. So we can see the default args here is the same as before. This time we're specifying a DAG ID based on the file name. So we're not going to hard code this one to a name. Then we're going to use and define some variables. Again, I don't want to hard code these parameters. Now, rather than specify them in the actual DAG itself, I'm going to actually use the Apache Airflow UI, and we're going to import these. Now, I've already got these ready, so I can choose a file and let's have a look. Projects. And we've got them here. I can import them. And we can see now that we've got a number of variables which are pre-configured. Again, this is all available in the code repository which you can view. And we've got information that we're going to need through when we create the workflow. So if we now go back into the code, these correspond to values here. So for example, test HTTP, we're getting the variable called test HTTP. And we can see here that we've got a variable called test HTTP, and this is the value. So that's the value that will be passed in through to this thing here. We then have a number of other variables, which actually are some scripts we're going to run to do some of the steps within our data pipeline. So these could correspond to anything that you might do. Now, in this instance, what we're doing is we're creating various tables in Athena and doing the merging. So I'll skip over this. We then have some Python code, some functions which we're defining, which we're going to invoke using the Python operator. So here we have a cleanup, and what this is going to do, it's going to take the files and it's going to replace the E with a blank, so therefore effectively stripping it out. We've got another function which basically takes the file from S3 and then moves it into Redshift. And we've got another one that creates the tables in Redshift. So it's these are just Python functions which you can call using the Python operator. We then define our workflow, our object, so our DAG. We give it the ID again. We pass in those default args. We're not running this on a schedule, so we're going to run it on demand. And then we specify the actual tasks themselves. So we've got this task here with the task ID of check S3 for key using the S3 key sensor, and the standard parameters that it's expecting. Now, all of these parameters you will find in the documentation for any particular operator. So if we look here and we look at the Amazon Athena operator, we can see here how to configure what to expect. So this is how you find out the information around how to configure these. And then we've actually got the Athena operator, which in this instance just takes those queries that I showed you above. And then at the very end, we define the actual graph itself. So what are the various steps? What order they need to be? Let's now copy this new DAG, our data pipeline, into the DAGs folder. You can see that's copied now, and go back to the UI. And if we go back here, we should hopefully see that appear shortly. Here we go. We can have a look at that and what it looks like in the UI. We can see that there's a lot more tasks if we click on the graph view, we can see that this is a much more complicated graph. So before we kick this one off, I want to go back and look at the scheduled tag. And what we can see, if we scroll all the way over here, the UI is a bit screwy when you've expanded. Actually, maybe if I reduce the screen, we can see that the task, as it's been running on a schedule, has run a number of times. You can see it's every 2 minutes as per our schedule, and we can look in and look at the log, and we can see the information. And if we click on the task duration, we can see now we're starting to get some more useful information about the trends of our tasks, how long they take to run over those iterations. Right, so let's go back and expand the screen again, and let's kick this workflow off, and hopefully the demo gods are going to be happy with me, and we'll see what happens when we trigger it. So we go to graph view to make it easier. We can see it's green, which means it's executing. It's now successful. It goes to the next step, which is now copying fast S3. It's green, which means it's running. So hopefully this is going to be successful. That's kicked off okay. We can actually, whilst we're waiting for, okay, this is not so good. Let's have a look at the log files here. And we can see here that this actually now has shown me what files it's copied and more details around that task. So this is going to be interesting. Let's have a look at what's happened here and why it's failed. So we can see here that it gives us all the information we need, and it says we must specify a region. I know why this is the case. So in our connections, the operators for AWS use this one here, and we need to define a standard a region for working with AWS. And so what we need to do is we need to put a value in here, like so. Click on save, and now then what we need to do is now we need to go back to our workflow, and this allows us to show actually a very nice feature, which rather than having to rerun the whole workflow, I can actually clear this step. And then basically resets it in the Metastore database, and that should now start running. And I can do the same thing for the other tasks, clear that, so that we can show and maintain that clean history for our workflow. And this is actually quite common when you have tasks that fail. You will try and understand what has been failed, and then you will typically clear that so that task can actually rerun. Because once a step has failed, as we saw, the subsequent steps downstream will stop until you fix that. You can also force this by marking it as a success, and then it will move to the next step. So we can see here now these have actually started to run, and I can click on again here and look at the log information, and we can see what actually has happened here as part of the output for this particular operator. Now all the operators will potentially give you different output. To actually see what's happening here, we can actually now go to AWS, and we can start looking, for example, in the folders, the S3 folders, and we can start seeing that we've got files in here. We've got the actual movie files that we've copied, and we've got the files that Athena's using to do all the processing, merging, before it then uploads it to our data lake and our S3, sorry, our data warehouse. Let's go back to here, and we can actually now see it's finished. The whole process has finished, and we can have a look at here. We can look at the logs here. There's nothing that interesting other than this one. It's telling you which data files it's actually using to do the upload. Now if we go back to our data warehouse, which is on Redshift, and we click on connect, and so let's make this bigger, we can see that we've now got our information in here, and we can, if we do preview data, hopefully no ease, and now we can see it's actually worked. City of the Lost Children. All the E's have now been removed from our data warehouse. So we can see that that process has actually worked all the way through. So we've created our first data pipeline running on our local developer machine, but now it's time to run this actually in a managed service. So what I'm going to show you is how we can take the exact same workflow and we can run it on the managed service. So this is the managed service for Apache Airflow on AWS called Amazon Managed Workflows for Apache Airflow, or as I affectionately call it, moi. And I've already created a number of different environments. So in this instance, this is the environment. I can click on here to get the UI, and we should hopefully, when this comes up, should see something very familiar. We've got our movie lens workflow here. We can see that it looks the same. One thing I didn't show before is you can actually view the code of your workflow by clicking on the code. So we can see here it's got the same code that we saw before. And if I execute this, let's see what happens. It's looking and it's working. So far, so good. We can see it's doing exactly the same as what it done before, which is what we'd expect, because it's the same Apache Airflow under the covers. So in that demo, we showed you how you can get Apache Airflow up and running on your local developer environment. We created our first Hello World workflow and then our first data pipeline locally, before then showing how you can move that easily into a managed service. Now, the Apache Airflow project has spent a lot of time and effort building both a very welcoming community as well as tools and documentation to make it super easy to contribute, whether it's new features, bugs, or documentation, or in fact any other kind of contribution. You can read how easy it is to get started on this journey by reading a couple of blog posts that I put together, sharing my own experience in working with this community. And if you're looking for a project to start off your open source journey, then I highly recommend this as a project to think about. If you want to know more about both the managed service of Apache Airflow or the project, then check out these links. And you can also look at and read about case studies of AWS customers who are using Apache Airflow, both managed and self-managed, via the open source blog. All the code I used in the demos is available through this GitHub repository, and you should be able to reproduce everything that I did today. And finally, I just want to thank you for your time. I hope you now know more about Apache Airflow and how you can use it. There's a link to a QR code there for a very short survey that will give you a copy of the slides, and for the first 100 people, some $25 of AWS credit. So again, thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo. That was interesting. I leave this slide on a moment because we have a lot of people asking how can I get the AWS credits. I want to try that out. So feel free. I think I can share the link to the credits later here in the chat as well, and on the different FOSSASIA channels. So, and no worries, there will be another AWS session tomorrow where you can get more credits then as well. So thank you very much. That has been a very interesting session, and I see a lot of questions here as well. I will share them with Ricardo, and tomorrow he is also live here in the session. And I see the next speaker is already here, Dwayne O'Brien. Dwayne, please join us here to say hello, but I see you only have your earphones on, so I don't know if you will see. So you just sent us also your session, which you pre-prepared, but at the same time, you're also here in the session itself, and you can answer questions in parallel. So this is just amazing, because we have you here twice, therefore. But your sound is not switched on, your microphone. You need to click the earphones and then choose the microphone option, and you'll be able to talk to us. So yeah, this is the magic. Yeah, okay, no problem. So this is the magic of online events. It's when you have an event in person, you can only be one person, but when you have an online event, actually sometimes there can be advantages. And the advantages here is that Dwayne is there twice for us in this session. One time pre-recorded, which we'll hear in a moment, and the second time Dwayne. So Dwayne O'Brien, great to see you here. Your microphone now works. Would you like to share something about yourself before we start your session?
Just that I'm really excited to both be here as a speaker and excited to be a sponsor of FOSSASIA for a number of years now on behalf of Indeed. Really hope everyone is enjoying the summit so far, and looking forward to your questions after the pre-recorded talk as well.
I also want to iterate on that moment, because there was a big challenge at the beginning of the Corona pandemic, when we, basically in that week, when we ran the FOSSASIA Summit in Singapore, a lot of limitations came in place, a lot of restrictions. I myself wasn't even able to join the entire FOSSASIA venue, that was a very difficult time. And following that time, we started to develop here our platform, so we can also have online events. And thanks to Indeed, thanks to you, Dwayne, who also contacted a lot of other people to support us here. So we received some funding also, and were able to integrate Big Blue Button and other tools, so we can have online events. So that was really cool, and it's really nice to see you here again. So thank you very much for joining. And we will start your video in a moment, but will you be able then also after the video to answer some questions live? I don't know about your schedule.
I would be happy to. It's late, of course, where I am, but I stayed up specifically so that I could field questions. If anybody has them, I'd be happy to take questions live. So yeah, anything I can do to help support, and thank you, Mario. Fingers crossed in person at the summit next time. I'll knock wood here on my side, but would love to reconnect and see the community in person again.
Great. So then thank you very much for joining, and we will start your video now. And I switch off my camera, switch off your camera, and then we see the session of Dwayne now here live.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dwayne O'Brien, and I'm the Director of Open Source at Indeed. I've been working in open source programs for about 8 years, and I get really excited when we start talking about topics of open source sustainability. I want to disclaim at the beginning of this presentation that some of the opinions that I'm going to share in this talk are really my own and not necessarily those of my employer. Now, in the open source program at Indeed, we do a lot of different kinds of work. We craft policies about how to use and contribute to open source. We support open source contributors and maintainers who work at Indeed. And we sponsor foundations like the Open Source Initiative and events like FOSSASIA. But another thing that we do is we sponsor a lot of open source, individual projects, open source contributors, events, and other foundations as well. We're pretty involved in the sponsorship space. A lot of this we drive through a framework we developed at Indeed called the FOSS Contributor Fund. And this is a blueprint that your organization can use to identify projects that you might want to sponsor directly. And you can get the report that we developed with O'Reilly over at opensource.indeed.com. So by the end of 2020, we will have sponsored about $500,000 worth of open source projects using just the FOSS Contributor Fund. But that's not the only way that we get involved in sponsorship. We also sponsor a lot of individual developers who make contributions to open source dependencies that we use. Right now, we're sponsoring 118 of those developers through GitHub sponsors. That number goes up and down as we look at it on a quarter-by-quarter basis. supporting open source projects on behalf of an organization is complicated. This is something that we've learned as we've done experiments and we've been involved in a lot of the open source sponsorship space. And I want to spend some time explaining this process from my perspective as someone who sponsors projects, with an eye toward giving you some tips that you can use to help make it more likely that other organizations will show up and get involved and sponsor your project or contribute to your project or advocate for your project internally. Before we do that, there are some things that I need you to understand about the nature of my role. And I'm going to talk about my work, but you can assume that many of these things are also true of other people who make sponsorship or open source decisions on behalf of their respective employers. The first thing is that decisions are made by people. An organization doesn't decide that they want to suddenly show up as a sponsor for your project or to get involved in your project. Some person at that organization makes that decision. And it's an important nuance, and it's important to understand, because the person making that decision, they have to make those decisions that are governed by policy. There might be local laws that are in play. There might be company policy that is in play. There are just rules that we have to follow when we're deciding which projects we're going to support and which projects that we aren't going to support. The next thing that I want you to understand is that I already want to support your project. You have friends in companies who want to advocate and support your project. You already have adopters who are looking to get involved in the project. People want to support your project, but it's not always easy for them to do so. And one of those reasons is because your project is one of thousands. And it can be difficult to remember this or view this from the perspective of someone who's making decisions on behalf of an organization, because as a maintainer or as the owner of an open source project, you're used to being the person talking to a lot of people. You might have a lot of users that you're communicating with, or a lot of adopters, and you may feel like you're having this conversation with a large group of people. It's exactly the opposite problem if you are in an organization trying to make decisions. There are thousands of projects all trying to have conversations at the same time. And remembering that can be important and help you on this path to generating more support. The last thing I want you to understand is that there are just limits to philanthropy. There is only so much that an organization will do for your project in the name of goodwill, or because it's the right thing to do, or because they want to be a good citizen. And so if you want to push past those limits of philanthropy, you have to be able to articulate your value to an organization. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. There's really about 5 reasons that I want to talk about that are reasons why I wouldn't or decide not to support your project, or reasons that I can't support your project, or reasons, things that might get in the way of supporting your project. Reason number 1 is that I just can't find you. If you look at this blog post by GitHub, they said that the average open source project has about 203 dependencies. That they might be direct dependencies or transitive dependencies. So just for one project, you're already competing with 202 other dependencies within that project who all might be looking for some kind of support. And within an organization, you might have dozens, hundreds, thousands of individual software projects that you're using and building and maintaining. So the number of dependencies can very, very quickly escalate. If you look at the size of the overall ecosystem, 2 years ago, there were already 1.3 million NPM packages, and that's just within one language ecosystem. If you look across multiple language ecosystems and you start to factor in things that aren't package level dependencies, stuff like infrastructure dependencies, the number of open source projects that need to be supported is very vast. And it can be very difficult when you're looking at them all together to figure out who in the crowd is asking for support or looking for support. So my guidance for you here is be easy to find. And there are a lot of different ways that you can do that. To keep in mind, there are automated tools and there are automated processes that will make it easier for you to find your project. By way of example, backyourstack.com will help you identify projects that have signed up for GitHub sponsors or who have otherwise signed up for an open collective. People who are making sponsorship decisions might use a tool like this to go find your dependencies or go looking for dependencies that they want to support. So making sure that tools like this can find you is a good first step. One of the great byproducts of GitHub sponsors is this creation of a machine readable file that describes funding mechanisms for packages. If you sign up for GitHub sponsors, you end up with this funding.yaml file, and it describes different ways to fund your project. And now I can write tooling, or other people can write tools to go look for these funding files and amplify those projects who are asking for funding, and that can make it easier to find you. There are other machine readable or common ways that will make it easier for projects to find you. A good example here would be to use the well understood issue tags for people that you want to get involved in your project. So this website here, Good First Issue, just looks at that default issue tag on GitHub for Good First Issue, and it aggregates them all in one place so that somebody can go and find them. If your project is using custom tags to identify beginner-friendly issues that are different from the rest of the ecosystem, those beginner-friendly issues aren't going to show up in places like this. And so it's going to be very difficult for people to find ways to support your project, just because there's so many projects asking for help. So that's my first piece of guidance: be easy to find. The second reason that I might not support your project is that I just don't know you. And I don't mean here that I don't know you personally. I mean that when I go to see who's involved in this project and who might be responsible or who I could go talk to, I don't have enough information to make good decisions. So you've probably seen GitHub profiles that look like this one. There's this default image instead of a personal profile image, sometimes called the Space Invader image. There's no information here about who this person is or who they work for or what they do. We don't see any contribution activity. If this looks anything like your GitHub profile, or if this looks anything like the information that's available for you as a maintainer and as the person who owns the project, it's unlikely that companies or organizations are going to want to get involved in your project because you don't look like a real person. So identify yourself is my second tip. Make it clear who you are, make it clear how you can be found, contacted, where you can be reached for support. By comparison, let's look at the profile here for one of the chief maintainers and creators of ESLint. Now, if you are a maintainer or a software engineer or otherwise an open source contributor, you might have immediately drawn your attention down to the contributor graph and seen that this person is very active over a large number of days. And that's useful information, but as a sponsor, I tend to pay attention to these other pieces of information. Do they have a picture that looks like they're a real person? Is there a little bit of biographical information? Are there different ways that I can go and contact them? Do they have a publicly verifiable identity? If you have a publicly identifiable, verifiable identity, it's easier for an organization to support you because we know who we're talking to. So that's my second tip, be easy to identify. Third reason, I might not support your project because I don't feel like I can trust the project, or I don't feel like I can trust you. And this is about being predictable in your communications and being predictable in what your project does. When you look at a large number of projects, the more investigation you have to do to figure out if the project is active, or if there are really people there, or if it can be depended on, the more investigation you have to do, the less likely the organization or the person is to decide they want to use it. By way of example, it's very difficult to know just by landing on a project if this is a project that is updated on a slow basis. Maybe it's sort of a slow burning project that is under active development, but isn't updated very frequently, and a project that appears to be clearly abandoned, where pull requests are piling up and issues are piling up, and no one appears to be paying attention to the project. One of the ways that you can help distinguish your project against other projects is to communicate frequently. And there are many ways that you can do that send good signals to organizations that you can be depended on and trusted as a project. Publishing good change logs every time you push out a new release that describe what the new features are. Even if there's not much information in there, publishing this information sends good signal to the organizations that you are a professionalized project and you can be depended on, used, and should be supported. Publishing blog posts whenever you release a new release is another good example. The more you talk about your releases and your process, and the more you talk about them in ways that are easy to find, if you're having conversations in a private discourse channel or in a discussion mechanism that I'm not already able to go in and read, I'm unlikely to be able to have the time to go do the investigation for these projects. So communicate often, communicate frequently, push out predictable releases, do it on a regular cadence, even if the changes aren't very big. The more predictable you are as a project, the easier it is for an organization to depend on you. And constant communication and effective communication is a good indicator of predictability and trust. All right, so the fourth reason is that I just don't know what you need. And here I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the difference between helpful requests and unhelpful requests, because we see many times within the open source community requests for help that just aren't very helpful. So what are some unhelpful requests? Help. I don't know if this means you're trapped under a bookcase, or if your car is on fire, or if your open source project needs money, or if you're trying to push a release and your build is broken. Right? So help is not a very helpful request because we don't know what kind of help the person needs or how urgent it is. We need more contributors. This is a better request than help, but it doesn't tell us what kind of contributors. It doesn't tell us what they'll be working on. It doesn't tell us what the intention is or what will happen if more contributors come to the project. Please sponsor my project. I don't know how much money this project is asking for. I don't know what I get as a sponsor. I don't know what the project hopes to do with the funds. I know that you're looking for some kind of sponsorship, but I need more information than this before I can make a good decision. I can't keep up with issues. This isn't really a request. This is more of a complaint, but it can be translated as a request. You need some kind of help with issues, but I don't know if this is because they're coming in too frequently, or if you've just had a baby and you have less time, or if suddenly you're in this massive adoption phase and issues are coming in quicker than you can triage them. So by comparison, here are what I think more helpful requests. They're not perfect, but they're more helpful than the last set. I need help organizing. Even though this is a very simple, short request, I immediately know from looking at this, sending in someone with project management skills would be very beneficial for this person. Right? They don't need help with code. They need help kind of getting the project in order and getting different pieces in place so that they can understand what they need to do next. So I already know the kinds of people that I can go ask and see if they're available. We need more tests. I think this is a useful request and a helpful request because we know that this isn't just about making code contributions. It is about having good testing expertise on the project. And it tells us the kind of developer or the kind of contributor that we might go looking for to write some tests. We need $5,000 to host a hackathon next month. This is extremely useful as a request for me because I know how much is being asked for. I know how it's going to be used. I know how soon they need it. And as someone who sponsors a lot of projects, I almost certainly know immediately if I have that much money in my budget and if I can get this through procurement in time to be useful. And if either one of those things are false, I can immediately say no, and we save a whole lot of discussion about the nature of sponsorship. We need 2 to 4 hours a week helping triage issues. This is a very specific, focused request. We know that the need is triage. We know that issue triage is something that can be done with an hour here or an hour there. And we know the time commitment from somebody. If you ask for help or a maintainer or a new contributor, that feels like an open-ended time commitment. When you're asking for a specific fixed scope of time, it empowers people from the other side to be able to say, okay, I have that much time in the week. I think I can contribute to this. So the more specific you can be about your needs, the more likely it is that an organization is going to be able to support your project. Some good examples of this that I've seen in the past One is this fundable packaging improvements repository hosted by the Python Software Foundation. This is a list of improvements that could be made to the packaging ecosystem if someone wants to pony up the money, if someone wants to provide funding for that improvement. This is great because it tells me what the scope of the engagement is, and it tells me approximately what it would cost to engage with the project on that. This project here, AnyJSON, has used one of the GitHub native tags for their project to say maintainer wanted. They know that they don't have time to maintain this project anymore. They're open to bringing in a different maintainer or maybe handing this off to another maintainer. This is a useful tag. And if you go to GitHub, you can search for projects that have maintainer wanted and find projects that are looking for help and for a new maintainer. Now, if you're signed up for GitHub sponsors, you have the ability to define these levels of sponsorship for your project. And within these levels, here's a good example of someone being very clear about what you get as a sponsor. And this takes us into a slightly different kind of relationship. There are sponsorship perks that have to be managed here. You know, you get access to their cash flow sheet so that you can see how funding is going for the project. And you also see that they will take some of those funds and pass it on down to their own dependencies. What's important here is that the maintainer has spelled out for potential sponsors what they will get as part of the sponsorship engagement. So the more specific you can be about your needs and how you're going to use the funds, the more likely it is that an organization will be able to sponsor your project. The last reason we'll discuss today that I might not support your project is that I just can't pay you. Now, I've encountered a number of projects over the course of our sponsorship engagements that have very peculiar or very unique needs when it comes to sponsorship by comparison to other projects. Here's an example. If we wanted to support this project, and if these were the only payment mechanisms they had, it's bank transfer to someone in Europe or in the UK, PayPal to some person, or some cryptocurrency transactions. If I go to my procurement department and ask them to transfer some funds via wire transfer to a person somewhere on the other side of the world, my procurement department, the ones who are responsible for making sure that we pay people, they're going to say no. And this is because decisions are governed by policy. The procurement department has rules they have to follow, and those rules are there for a good reason. They enforce international law, they enforce local law, they help protect the organization from fraud. So be easy to pay. And there are several ways that you can be easy to pay for an organization. The first is to sign up for a program that's well understood, like GitHub sponsors. If you've signed up for sponsors, then my organization doesn't pay you directly. They have a financial relationship with GitHub. And that makes it easier for the procurement department to understand who they're paying and how they're paying them, and they can engage in a contractual relationship with GitHub. You could also set up an open collective. This is a fairly well understood platform for raising funds for your open source project or for your collective project and having transparent finances. And Open Collective, again, gives our procurement department someone specific to deal with. They don't have to process 100 PayPal transactions or some wire transfers, and so there's not a whole bunch of things that they have to do. They can just deal with Open Collective, and that simplifies the procurement process. You can also get a fiscal host, a nonprofit organization who is there to receive funds on your behalf, provide legal assistance or other kinds of assistance for your project, and give the organization's procurement department an entity, a nonprofit entity that they can deal with and, again, engage in a contractual relationship. So being easy to pay and not relying on a PayPal button for your project or a wire transfer to some person somewhere, that will make it much more likely for an organization to support your project because it fits within the policies that govern procurement in different organizations. So those 5 tips: be easy to find, identify yourself, communicate frequently, be specific about your needs, and be easy to pay. If you do these things, and none of them are very complicated, but they require some intention and some thought. If you do these things for your project, you will significantly raise the likelihood that you will be able to get support from other organizations, that you will get code, that you will get sponsorship, that you will get advocacy within those organizations. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of FOSSASIA.
Thank you for that, interesting session, Dwayne. And I would like to. Okay, so you already have the rights to jump in again. So we had a number of questions, and I wonder if anyone wants to ask a question live here. Leslie, for example, I saw that you had some interaction. I can give you access. I think you're talking, or for example, Francois. Okay, yes, Leslie, you should have the rights now. Please join in the call and ask a question or any interaction, any feedback you would like to give. Please switch on your microphone and your video. Dwayne, it's really an important topic. Like everyone wants to know about it, so I think you really hit the nail with this topic, because this is always the question: how to get resources, how to grow your project. Right, you're working on it, but it doesn't work entirely without resources. So how can you get resources? Leslie, we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can also switch on your cam if you like, or just sound is also fine.
Hi, Leslie.
Yeah, go ahead, ask your question. Yes, you can also switch on your cam if you like, or just sound is also fine.
I may be busy now. Okay, actually, I want to ask something. All right, there may be some feedback from my side. Sorry.
Okay, so Leslie, go ahead.
Actually, I want to ask something, some situation I observe here about open source in China. Now open source is quite very hot in China, and the government is also funding some open source organizations, and I observed that last year, many new open source projects entered the Apache incubator program, and they are actually behind them. There are always some companies behind them, and actually I don't see some serious individual projects entering the Apache incubator program. So I really think that it's in now the situation about the distribution of open source. I think some company level open source work is much more make more sense to this open source environment. As how will you address this? Yes, as you also mentioned that in the same note. Okay.
Leslie, I apologize. It was a little hard because there is some background noise, but I will do my best to speak to your question, and in particular call back to some of my comments in the shared notes. When open source projects are only owned by individuals, the likelihood of getting a company to engage with that project, either as a sponsor or as a code contributor, it's less likely than if those projects are owned by organizations. But they also, there's this other natural point that projects hit if they're owned by a company, where a company's competitors will not want to sponsor the project or contribute to the project or participate into the project because that project is owned by a competitor. So when projects move into the Apache Software Foundation, in my experience, they most typically move from a company to the Apache Software Foundation as a way of trying to provide a neutral home for the project so that companies who might be competitors can collaborate on them and collaborate to solve a shared problem in a somewhat more neutral way. Now I want to apologize because my direct experience with open source and the open source community in China is extremely limited. And similarly, we've had some questions in the public chat about funding open source in Korea and the funding systems that are available in Korea. And it's another area where I'm afraid I just don't have much experience and can't speak intelligently, but I would be interested to hear more about what those landscapes look like. I also see another question that just came through in the public chat. Will open source projects be used by all the companies? I think that when you put an open source license on a project, it's important to operate under the assumption that it could be used by any company. It might not be used by all of them, but one of the qualifying conditions for a license to be open source and for a project to be open source is that there aren't additional restrictions on who can use it and what they can use it for. And so your project might not be used by all companies, but it could be used by any. And I would also say in my experience that companies use far more open source projects than they think they do. And that's even true where I work. And I feel like we've got a pretty good handle on what we're using, and I still think we use more than I know about. So another question coming through on the chat is GitHub best in building open source or other? Do you want to use other platforms? There's a lot of debate to be had, I think, on what is the best platform for building open source. I would turn that question back around and say that the best platform or the best tools for building your open source project are the ones that your contributors are going to use and that your community is going to adopt. And if that is GitHub, where there is quite a lot of open source, then great. And I know a lot of the examples in my talk were GitHub based. But if your community has a bias toward publicly hosted GitLab, that's the right solution for your community. If you have a self-hosted solution or a solution that is more popular within your own geography, that is going to be the best solution. So I don't think about this in terms of features. I think about this in terms of where's the work going to get done? Where are people going to show up and do the work? Because that's the best place to build your open source.
Okay, and I see like more communication, more exchange here in the shared notes. For example, also Francois asked like, what do you do with companies who use your software and you're aware that they're using a software? They're not contributing back. My question would also be, how can they actually find out about all these companies that they're using the software? As you said, they don't always know yourself, and I have that not just from companies, also from consumers, yeah, who say, oh, I'm not using open source software. I say like, what's on your phone, yeah, or like, how do you go online or something? So yeah, it's a big discussion to be had, and I think like on that one, that's a whole new session. But do you have any final point maybe to add how to really like have a good exchange, like how to build a good ecosystem between communities and companies? Like any final words from you, Dwayne?
I would say if you have a project that's being used and you're getting good issue reports or you're getting small contributions, think about the same process you would use to build a product funnel or get people engaged in sort of using your product, and look for ways to take people who are opening issues and convert them into people who are interested in fixing issues, right? Take the people who are already engaged in your project and look to deepen those relationships, because the deeper those relationships become, the stronger advocates for your project those people will be. If you only have 2 or 3 people who are using your project from companies, but you get them very deeply engaged, they have friends who work in companies, they have peers, they have other people who work in the same problem space. And the more excited you make them about your project, the more you convert them into your own sort of champions and advocates for the project. So we spend a lot of energy in the community sometimes trying to figure out how to find the silent users who are only taking and never giving back. And I consider that to a degree a feature of open source, as long as it's not wearing out your maintainers. But if those same people are opening a lot of issues, look for other ways to get them involved and build healthy on-ramps into the project for them. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Great final words. Health is always important, and healthy project is important. Yeah, I'm glad that you are here. Hope people can continue to be in touch with you here at the event or at other events, and I wish you all the best, and please send the regards of the entire FOSSASIA team to your team. We hope we can hang out again like we did the last time it was possible in Singapore, and thank you again, and thanks for Indeed for sponsoring the FOSSASIA community for many years. Yeah, we really value it and really benefit from it. So yeah, I just want to extend my appreciation to your entire team and your company, and of course wouldn't be possible without you personally. Always really I just got some private comments where people said, oh look, Dwayne is one of those speakers who really answers in the shared notes, who communicates in all the channels. He's really a person with the open source spirit, right? And yeah, so we really appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, and I will send my regards, your regards to the team. I know some of my team members are attending or planning to attend as well. So good luck with the rest of the event, Mario. I hope to see everybody else around. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we continue now here with a panel, and the panel is called careers in open source. So that's a great continuation. By the way, if maybe you don't know Indeed, I think a lot of people around the world know Indeed, but if you're not aware in your region about Indeed, check it out. It's a very good service that provides employees and employers a way to find each other, recruitment services, and many other services you can find on Indeed. And yeah, the career topic is also a topic now with Evan Leibowicz. I don't know, it actually is a European name, even Leibowicz, well, one would say here in Polish or in German maybe, but I guess in English it's pronounced Evan Leibowicz, with Hong Fook on the panel, with Ben Hur from the Philippines, and Nitya Ruff from Comcast, they will introduce themselves in the session. You'll learn more about what opportunities you have to have a career with open source and in the tech community. So enjoy the session, and we see you here. Please continue to leave your comments on the chat channels, on the shared notes here, wherever you are. We try to connect everyone, and yeah, looking forward to this interaction. Enjoy yourself in this session.
In garages, schoolrooms, small towns and cities, around campfires in deserts, startups and universities, people are connected and changing our reality. Rather than top-down control, it's open collaboration. Rather than power for the few, it's spread amongst many. And although nobody's certain how the future will unfold, why not help write it and have a say in how it's told?
Well, hello, everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, depending on where you are. And so thank you for attending our session at FOSSASIA. My name is Evan Leibovich. I'm with Linux Professional Institute, and I'm delighted to welcome a panel to talk about careers in open source. So I'm going to ask each of the participants to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll go into the questions we have planned. So first, Ben, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, thanks, Evan. Hi, everyone. My name is Ben. I'm based in the Philippines. I am a big free and open stuff advocate, open data, open source, open tech, open hardware. I work as a CTO for Smart City. We're a tech nonprofit based in the Philippines, working towards sustainable free and open solutions for smart city problems. But I also have a open data, open tech consultancy, BNHR, and currently also the data training lead for the Open Knowledge Foundation. So a lot of the work that I do involves a lot of open source. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Hong, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Evan. This is Hồng Phúc Đảng. I am the founder of FOSSASIA, also the organizer of the annual FOSSASIA Summit. So the mission of FOSSASIA is to improve people's lives through sharing open technologies and promote sustainable development and global connection. Besides the FOSSASIA Summit, I also serve on the board of the Open Source Business Alliance Germany, the board of the Open Source Committee in IEEE, and the Open Source Initiative. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Okay. And finally, Nithya, could you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Evan, and thank you, Hong, for putting FOSSASIA together. And this is my first time at FOSSASIA. Glad to be here. I currently am the chairwoman of the Linux Foundation Board of Directors, and I'm in between two roles. I'm just transitioning out of my role as Open Source Program Office lead for Comcast, and I will be taking over as the head of open source for Amazon starting Monday, the April 4th. I've been building bridges between open source communities and companies all my life, it seems like, and this is something that I enjoy doing, sharing opportunities in open source. So thank you for inviting me, Evan.
Okay, so thank you all for coming, and without further delay, we'll get into the first question. So the first question is, what are the different kinds of opportunities out there for people skilled in working with open source software within each sector? So Ben, would you like to go first?
Sure. That's actually a wonderful question to start this panel. So yeah, I mentioned during my introduction that I work or I serve a lot of roles. So one of the things that I do is open source consulting business here in the Philippines, where I do open data and open source consulting, providing support, training, and other consulting services to different organizations and individuals. So that's, of course, one of the most common things that you can do with open source skills and with open source software. Mostly my focus is on free and open source software for geospatial applications like geographic information systems. But based also on the other fields that I've worked in, I've noticed that sometimes there are several sectors that are overlooked when it comes to open source, but these sectors have like really great opportunities for open source and for someone with an open source background or open source skills to thrive in. And for me, this would be the humanitarian sector, the development sector, and also the advocacy sector. So a lot of the work that we do at Smart City and also at Open Knowledge revolves around this. In Smart City, we partner with organizations, with the government, with other entities to provide solutions. And usually those solutions are built around open source. for them to be more sustainable. And if you look actually at the humanitarian sector, a lot of the projects, a lot of the big impactful projects, like OpenStreetMap, for example, are open source, right? So people with these open source backgrounds, people who believe in this open source philosophy, who know how to work with open source software, there's always almost a space for them in these sectors, and it's just growing day by day. So for those who are interested in that, you can look at, as I mentioned, projects within OpenStreetMap, free and open source software for geospatial, and of course, a lot of other things such as what we do, what Hong does with FOSSASIA, Code Heat, and things like that. So yeah, for me, those are some of the opportunities from my experience, which would open up for people with skilled with open source or have experience working with open source software.
Great, thank you, Ben. Hong, would you like to go next, please?
Yes. So I want to emphasize on what Ben said about the public sector. Ben mentioned there are a lot of opportunities these days when you want to get into public sector, and there is increasing investment from the government in the EU with like initiative to promote and foster open source development, not only in Europe but also in Asia, everywhere. So you see a lot of international NGO. There is program coming from the UN on digital public goods, where they constantly recruit open source experts for development work. So this is for the public sector. And Ben also mentioned about private consultancy. So we see also the numbers of private firms that established around open source consultancy, where people can make business with their knowledge in open source. So these are the new coming sector, but we need to we also need to see that in the private sector, for instance, in the tech industry, there's so many companies, software companies, digital companies, they are all built up from open source solution. So it hardly find any company that do not develop software based on open source. There are tons of opportunities for people, for developers who are familiar with different open source technologies. And not only in the tech sector, we also see with the recent crisis, the corona pandemic, we see a lot of open source application that tackle health issue, that tackle climate change issue. So the scope of open source is not limited in software and technology sector anymore, but we see now in healthcare, in banking, in financial services, and many more. Yeah, and like before this panel, I actually read the blog post that Nisha wrote some time ago, where she mentioned different opportunities, not only for people who can write code, but also there are a lot of job families that people can engage and get opportunities with open source. And I would like to pass over to her, where she can explain to us more.
Thank you, Hong. Evan, you want me to go next?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think the public sector was well covered, and some of the private sector Hong has touched on. As Hong indicated, there are lots and lots and lots of jobs in the private sector, in the corporate world around open source. And development is something that you kind of think of immediately, right? Coding jobs, front end, back end, full stack, etc. But there really are a ton of other roles. For example, there are more and more companies that are starting open source program offices, and community manager roles, DevRel roles, people writing documentation, doing translation, legal roles. Every company now almost has to have at least a part-time or a full-time open source savvy legal counsel. And that means that they have one foot in community and understand what community does, as well as how to interpret, legal licenses and agreements and things of that nature. So there's tons of jobs. The Linux Foundation annually does an open source jobs report, and I would recommend people check that out because that summarizes, what companies are hiring for, what kinds of roles, what kinds of certifications companies are looking for. And I have to say the other segment that was not covered is the academia. More and more universities are also creating curriculum around open source and also influencing the rest of the university to think about open data, open science, open education, and not just, patent everything or keep everything as closed. So I love the fact that there are lots of opportunities in open source academia as well.
Okay, before we go on to the next question, is there anybody that wants to make a comment on something somebody else has said already?
Yes, so I don't have a comment, but I want to ask Nisha something. So you lead the open source at Comcast and now transit to heading the open source office in Amazon. So what exactly that you have to do for your job? What are your main responsibilities?
That's a great question because that is one of the emerging jobs, and there are very few open source program office leaders or members. And if you go to the todogroup.org, you will find more information on what is an open source program office, what do they do, and what are some of the roles available in the program office. So my job is simply helping the company navigate open source, understand how to work with open source communities, foundations, organizations, and inside the company also help the company elevate their open source competencies, how to consume open source, how to contribute to open source. Compliance is a big part of open source program offices. How do you comply with licenses? Also doing a lot of evangelization for the company in terms of our work in open source and helping recruit open source program and engineers into the company. And to your point, Hound, a lot of engineers want to work for companies that are open source friendly, that allow them to work in open source and contribute to open source. And so it becomes a very big symbol for companies to have an open source program office in order to attract, retain, and develop open source engineers inside their companies.
So following up, Nithya, right now, would you say then that the open source program office, which has generally been something for large organizations and governments, is now going to start to see itself as a job placement, as a career opportunity in smaller organizations? Is that growing?
Yes. You're right, Evan. The larger companies have typically been the ones that have had, say, between 5 people and maybe 20, 30 people running their program offices. One of the oldest ones being Google and Intel and folks like that. Smaller companies can absolutely have one person or have volunteer group of many developers inside the company who spend part of their time doing the open source program office, advocacy, education, support type of role, and then continue to do their development role. And slowly you can emerge into creating more of a dedicated open source office as you see your work in open source increasing.
Excellent. In fact, if I recall, within the last few weeks, the World Health Organization became the first UN agency to create an open source program office. So hopefully that's an inspiration to other organizations that want to consider this. Okay, for the second question. It's a long one, but hopefully it's got some good answers to it. So in entrepreneurship, what is the current state of open source software development within Southeast Asia? And can you, our panelists, identify any specific projects to which you'd like to call more attention that might reduce the dependence on projects coming from Europe and America? And so this time around, we'll start with Han.
Yes, so interesting question for open source development in Southeast Asia. I would say that it's growing. We can see in the number of contributors on GitHub or GitLab where they are coming from. So a lot of people, contributors are coming from Asia. And I would say that the landscape, the development landscape in terms of open source in Asia, it's how you say, is formalized, grouping around like different interests of people, different technologies. So you see a lot of technology groups like Python, Java, or a certain like framework view for JS, for example. So people get together in terms of like the type of technology that they are into, and they continue to work together, share the knowledge on this. Like if you talk about the state, it's difficult to mention to say here, because the state of open source development, it could be what I mentioned just now, where people voluntarily organize themselves around different groups. We also see the endorsement from the governments from different countries. One example from Southeast Asia, as you mentioned, is Singapore. Singapore is a very good example that we can look into for several years. They have set up something called the open data. This is quite strong in Singapore, where they release a lot of public data for the community to develop solutions based on this data set. And a few years ago, they started to invest more in open source by having like a lot of new initiatives and projects coming from GovTech. And related a little bit to careers opportunities, they hire a lot of open source developers in Singapore, in the Singapore hackerspace and the user group in the country. So we can see that it's going and it's like really growing. In Vietnam, the country where I came from, they also set up the open source FOSSASIA, the Vietnam open source group, and sponsored by the Ministry of Information and Technology. So they've been around for a while already, also advocating for open source developments and open source interest group. Yeah, so they support different language group to grow the community and also to work together on projects. So I think Ben can tell more a little bit about other Southeast Asia countries. I would just give these two examples to answer the first half of your question. The second half of the question about identifying any projects that are worthy of broader attention and that reduce dependence on projects based in the EU or in America. So I would say something like this. So when you look at any open source project, it's really difficult to say that it's an Asian project or it's European project, because open source, it means open for collaboration, and a lot of contributors in any project are come from everywhere. So we cannot say that, okay, so this is the purely Asian project, or this is an American project, because in one way or another, there will be contributors coming from other parts of the world. Yeah, but I would like to take the opportunity to share a few projects of FOSSASIA. Even though FOSSASIA is based out of Singapore, the main maintainers and a lot of contributors are coming from Europe and other continents as well. But I would like to mention this project Eventyay. Eventyay is an open source event management system that we use to run the FOSSASIA Summit. So it's developed entirely open source. It started by FOSSASIA as a Singaporean-based, Vietnamese-based company, and the opportunity with the Eventyay. So, of course, in order to sustain any open source projects, you need to have a commercial model. How do you gonna get the funding to continue to grow the project, either through donation or any like business models? And FOSSASIA developed Eventyay in that way. where we not only rely on donation, but we also help the people use the system and pay for service. So you get service fee similar to other commercial service like Eventyay, subscription fee for example. And this is one of the example how open source can find a way to get resources to continue their development. And I want to say that with this Eventyay, we offer constantly looking out for developers and engineers who can join our development team. So this is one example in terms of software that coming out of Asia. Dependency, of course, we use we develop Eventyay. We also plug in different platforms. For instance, Big Blue Button is not a project developed in Asia, but it's another project developed in the West, right? But we still have the collaboration, integrated the solution inside the software. So if you want to see a very clear barrier, border or barrier, is difficult to say. And I want to also mention another project of FOSSASIA is the Pocket Science Lab. So Pocket Science Lab is a hardware project, open source hardware project, where we develop a device that enables students and teachers to make a science experiment so that they can learn science subject, they can learn electronics with a real affordable device. So the Pocket Science Lab, we've been developing this project for quite some years already. We distribute the hardware throughout the world, so you can get it online anywhere around the world, in the US, Europe, or in Asia. And this is also another example when you talk about entrepreneurship, how you can turn an open source project into something that's sustainable, something that you can generate an income to support your further development. Yeah, so
Okay.
I would finish it here.
Matthew, could you go next?
I think I just want to make one point. I'm not very familiar with too many Southeast Asia projects, but I just want to make the point that Han did, which is open source is global. And open source really needs to continue to be open and boundaryless and global. And I would hate to see it being, there's this kind of some techno-nationalism happening, and it would be good to not become so focused on how can we do open source that's only relevant to that country, but make it more global. But having said that, I also want to say there is a role, though, for different countries in Southeast Asia to invest in education, invest in making open source more open and available, and provide more opportunities for people to get involved in open source. And I think Hong also mentioned some encouragement that's needed from governments to really encourage people to use open source and to work in open source, and start foundations and organizations to encourage open source. So I would say that is more needed than having projects that are specific to Southeast Asia.
Okay, thanks. And Ben.
Okay, so I'll double down or triple down on what both Hong and Nisha mentioned about the open source being global. So I think that's one of the beauties of it. You can't really put a nationality on an open source project. Of course, you can say that the founders based on this country, or the very first developers probably based on one part of the world, but a large open source project would have contributors, not just developers. You have translators, you have your people who write documentation all around the globe. So it's a real big global project. So it's really hard to pinpoint something like, this is a Southeast Asian project, as Hong said, or this is a European project. But what I'd also like to add, and this is something that Hong mentioned as well, it's mostly what I've noticed is it's about building communities around these open source projects that are local, that could address the local issues around that project, around that piece of software. which you could then, for example, relay to the larger board, for example, or the people who actually make some of the decisions for the larger project as a whole, right? So one of the examples that I think I can show is in the free and open source software for geospatial field. QGIS is one of the biggest projects that I can think of, and slowly but surely there are there are communities around QGIS that are springing up in Southeast Asia. I know QGIS Indonesia is active. QGIS Philippines is also active. So even though QGIS is a global, it's a global project, it's a geographic information system, the things that it does isn't just focused on the problem of a single country or a single region, but because of these local communities, right, you are able to adapt that project to the local needs. One example that I remember was one of the users of QGIS in the Philippines noticed that there was a problem with one of the coordinate reference systems in QGIS, which is Philippine-based. So if no one from the Philippines was using that piece of software, we would never know that that issue actually exists. So beyond that that idea of this piece of software being based on this region or not, I think what the open source community needs more are these local communities that actually help support the growth of the open source project within their communities, within their countries, within their region, for example. So, for example, FOSSASIA is, even though as Hong said, it's based in Singapore, but it has connected together a lot of the local communities in the different countries in Southeast Asia and in Asia as a whole, for example. So, for me, in terms of, I can't really pinpoint any projects that I can say, that these are Southeast Asian projects that reduce dependence on projects based in Europe and America. But what I can pinpoint would be the communities around these projects that really help support, the growth of open source in Southeast Asia, the growth of open source technologies, open source education, open source hardware. So for me, it really boils down to the question of community in terms of this question, and that community also ties in a bit to the entrepreneurship aspect of it, because communities help build businesses, right? If you don't have a community to support you, people who will be your users, no matter how good the software is, if people don't use it, then it won't really grow, and it won't really be something, or it won't really be a business venture worth looking into. So yeah, community is a big deal. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Actually, that's a great point, Ben. If I could ask the panelists, if you had any advice to give to anybody listening to this about how to start or get involved in a local community, how they would go about doing that. I know that in my local area, creating Linux user groups sometimes has been a bit of a challenge. So do any of you have any advice that you'd want to offer anyone listening to this who might want to get involved locally like that?
Yes, so I would say before you think of starting something yourself, maybe look around to see what are the active communities out there already. So, to get together. So normally how community organize is the event you mentioned, there are Linux user groups everywhere. In any major city that I'm aware of, there is a Linux user group, but there's also a language-specific technology groups. So it really depends on your interest and the topic that you care about. If you just search for like a community around your area, you definitely will find something. And check out their website. They normally have regular meetup where they welcome new members. So I can talk for Singapore. There is already the FOSS Singapore community. They have regular meeting organized on meetup.com every month, and there is the hackerspace inside in Singapore where you can easily go there, get information. And in Vietnam, also several communities. So Docker is quite popular in Vietnam. There is that FOSSA community I mentioned earlier. And of course, I want to promote again the FOSSASIA community. We are very active on GitHub. We have projects on GitHub and everywhere. So if you want to learn about open source, you want to get in touch with us, check out FOSSASIA on GitHub. So our community members, contributors of different projects are there to help you to get on board with your open source journey.
Great. Okay, moving on to the third question. Globally, the appeal of IT careers to women does not appear to be as rising as quickly as many hoped. What do you see as the greatest continuing obstacles to this happening? And so this time, Nithya, you'll go first.
Yes, thank you so much, Evan. And you're right, there are a number of studies. I think GitHub did a study about the percentage of people identifying as women contributing to open source or involved in open source. Linux Foundation did that. And most of the studies tend to show less than 10% women. You know, it varies from 2 to 10. I think some of the challenge is people not identifying their gender online because of the backlash sometimes with contributions coming from women not being accepted or treated equally to contributions coming from men. So a lot of people may not reveal their gender. So that aside, I think some of the challenges have been the reputation of open source sometimes, right? There'll be 1 or 2 projects that are very unfriendly or have a culture of not encouraging new contributors or treating you as if you don't know what you're doing, verbally insulting you or creating a hostile environment. So those types of reputations sometimes tends to spread very fast. And so people get nervous about getting involved. The truth of the matter is there are some really, really good communities out there which are working very, very hard to create inclusive communities, whether it's Python or Drupal or Django or, some really good communities that are contributing. So culture is one piece. The second is just not knowing how to get involved. What's the first step? How do I find something to contribute to when there are millions and millions and millions of repos on GitHub? So organizations like Google Summer of Code or Outreachy or the Linux Foundation's diversity mentorship really make it easy to start getting involved in open source because they match you up to a mentor and a project. And it's almost a 3 months sometimes with Google Summer of Code in the summer, or with Outreachy, it's 6 months mentorship. So they actually walk you through how to get involved and how to contribute to open source. And I think those types of mentorship programs are fantastic. And Hong and Ben also indicated local communities. I think local communities are really fantastic in holding your hand, in getting you involved in small steps towards becoming a part of the open source community, whether it's attending your first user group, meeting someone and feeling comfortable and feeling like you belong. And next thing you know, you are regularly attending them and maybe you're volunteering to do something or you're doing a talk. As a user of open source, you could do a talk on how you used it. And then next thing you know, you are filing an issue, filing a bug, and then you're fixing something small in documentation, and it starts kind of building up from there. So I would say getting started, taking that first step is important to overcoming some of those obstacles.
Okay, Ben?
Okay, yeah. So I have to say I've been really fortunate to have had a chance to work with really wonderful women, and also to have had a chance to meet them. In the Philippines, we have a really vibrant local community, not just of tech, but I'll be specifically mentioning the open mapping community in the Philippines, the OpenStreetMap community, the free and open source software for geospatial community. We have a really vibrant community, and one of the main actors there are actually women. We have a Geo Ladies group who are these wonderful women working with open source geospatial. And not just women, we also have MapBecs, which are for people who identify as members of the LGBT, who map out safe spaces for the LGBT community. And GeoLadies, they map out areas and spaces for women. So I've been really fortunate to have had a chance to work with these people, with these women. And what I've noticed based on the years that I've met them, or I've worked with them, is one of the biggest things really that men can do in this space, because in the end there's still men would still need to do something about this. It's not just putting the burden everything on women. So one of the biggest things that we can do is just to step aside, and that's something that I've noticed in the vibrant community we have in the Philippines. You can just step aside, allow these women to take space, grow their own communities, do their own projects, without someone mansplaining to them what they're doing, without someone telling them that it should be like this, it should be like that. It shouldn't be that hard for us to step aside and let them lead. There's no harm in that. I don't see any issues in that, not just in the tech space, but in a lot of spaces. So for me, I've had this wonderful experience, and hopefully this translates more to the larger tech community. But in the open mapping space in the Philippines, I'm very proud to say that we have probably one of the most vibrant communities out there, and a lot of these wonderful women have found their space even outside of the Philippines, working for other organizations outside of the country. So yeah, for me, one of the greatest continuing obstacles are men. So we need to be able to just step aside, let this wonderful women do their thing.
Okay, and Han, you get the last word on this.
Yes, so I want to confirm what Ben said about the women leaders in open source in the Philippines. I got a chance to work together with some of them, and I must say that I was very impressed about their dedication, their energy, how their commitment into the community and what they are doing. So I was very impressed. I just want to add a little bit on the obstacles that we mentioned here. So I think that the IT careers for women is not growing so fast as we hope, because we are not given the opportunities. So we need more companies, corporation to give the opportunities to women in the IT sector. So more women in leadership. Ben also mentioned the men are there, but not only about they being themselves, they willing to step aside, but in the corporate setting, if there are opportunities for promotion, opportunity to take on leadership positions, it is still unlikely that this kind of opportunities will be given to women, if there are also other male candidates inside the company. So this is what I have seen so far. And I hope that with this panel and the conversation we have here, we are advocating for corporates out there to look into this matter and giving more opportunities to women, especially in the leadership role. And something that Nisha mentioned earlier, I also want to share my opinion on this about culture. So sometimes you mentioned that some community is not so friendly to women, but I also think that is about the perception of women, you know, in terms of cultural differences. When we see an unfriendly comments from someone from a project, we assume that it was because we are a woman, but actually sometimes they have they use the same type of communication to other people as well. But so but it's a little bit like difficult for women to take on like some really harsh comments or criticism. Yeah, so nobody like criticism, and also even like more for us, right? So we grew up in the culture that really gentle, really calm, and sometimes we feel it's really hard to accept. But I must say that if we look at it in a different angles, we could see that the way some people, it's just their style of communication is not because of us. They just their way that they talk to anyone, and it could help us to how do we say lessen a little bit our pressure and our like hesitant in participate in those communities. Yeah.
Just to add to what Hang said, I think we've got to take it less personally is what Hang also is saying, because it's just the way some people communicate. And once we get past that, then we realize that we can still continue to work in that community. And second thing I wanted to say is the more diversity you have in companies and in open source communities, the culture starts changing. The culture starts becoming more inclusive, more kind and appreciative, and a sense of gratitude. And the only way to change the culture is to include more people in the culture.
So tying this together with the last question then, is there anything that you would recommend from the people on this panel of, say, how local communities can get more involved in actively promoting inclusion as opposed to just the regular way things are? Is there anything that could be done at the local community level, not waiting for employers or others? Any suggestions?
I really love what Ben said, which is, today the majority are men. If they can intentionally and actively step aside and allow the women and other diverse members in their community to shine, be an ally, be a supporter, and help them, onboard them, help them, do things. And whenever you see, I think FOSSASIA does a great job here when you're compiling your group for steering committees or governance of organizations, look intentionally for diverse candidates. When you're looking for speakers at a conference, look for diverse candidates, because the representation matters. When people see people as leaders, when people see people as speakers and doing, big things, then they say, I can do it too. And it gives them more confidence to feel like this is a community that will include me. So I think the local communities can do a great deal of things. Last one I'll say is code of conduct. If you create actively a code of conduct as a local community or an event and say, we will not tolerate any kind of discrimination or bad behavior in this community, and we will actively enforce getting people out if they are not creating inclusive communities, I think that goes a long way as well.
Excellent. Well, I think we've had enough time within the space given to properly handle 3 questions. Before we close off, could we just go around the table one more time and just for everybody to sort of give a brief, couple of minute conclusion on anything you've heard here, or any other last comments you'd like to give or advice to our listeners? Again, we'll start from like the beginning with Ben.
Okay, so I guess based on what we've talked about and based on what the answers have been, we see that community plays a really large role from the grassroots until you reach like the top of the corporate ladder in terms of IT, because what happens in the community level, the kind of culture that it breeds, the kind of diversity that it has, or the kind of people who actually join those communities, they are also usually the ones who thrive and also get pushed to these higher and higher positions, which then allow them to give back to that community and grow that community based on what they've learned or what they've gotten from the original community that they were part of. So for me, for those listening, don't be afraid of joining open source, open tech communities. Or if there's something that you're really interested in and no one is started it, don't be afraid to start your own. There's always people like-minded. There's always like-minded people. There's always people like you who are probably just waiting for someone to start something. A Raspberry Pi group, a group very focused on monitoring plants. You can probably find your people, your community. Just don't be afraid of joining or creating these communities built around openness, built around open source, built around open tech. And yeah, I hope in the future some of you will be part of FOSSASIA or part of the other conferences that we have around the region on open source and open tech and open data. So yeah, for me that's basically it.
Great, thank you. Hong.
Yes, so Ivan, I want to thank you for organizing this panel, for giving us the opportunity to share our ideas, our experience to the wider communities. And I believe that we should have more conversation like this, where we can talk to people, where we can show them some, opportunities that they can take on, as Pen and Nisha already mentioned earlier. So to sum up, I just want to say that there are a lot of opportunities in open source. You just need to go out there, you just need to participate. And I also believe that anything can be learned. So as long as you give enough time and enough effort, you will master it eventually. And I just want to say that open source brought me where I am today. I'm super happy with what I am doing every day. And I also feel very satisfied and motivated for something that I do, because I feel that I create an impact also in the society by doing open source. And please join us, join the community, and start to engage today.
Okay, and Nithya, you get the last word today.
Thank you, Evan, and thank you for organizing this. I want to say three things. One, there's tremendous opportunity in open source to make a living, to make a career, and to have a sense of mission. That's what keeps us all, I think, in open source. The second is there's so many community-led ways to get involved in open source. Unlike other technologies where you have to go to school or you have to enroll in a college, open source you can do on your own. You can get involved in a project or a community and start, contributing. And third, I want to say is open source is not only about technology. It is about all kinds of careers. So if you are a marketing person and creative person, or you're a documentation person, or you love community organization, or you love to create inclusive communities or legal, anyone can contribute to open source and bring their skill sets and their superpowers to open source. So get involved in your local community.
Okay, and I guess the one thing that is sort of unspoken is that the three of you offer fantastic examples of the kind of careers that people can have in open source, because you're all doing it. You're all setting a fantastic example, I think, for the people that are here at this session. So unfortunately, because of the format, we're not able to take direct questions from people in the audience. If you have some, please send them to me, and I will try and forward them to the speakers. But in the meantime, on behalf of myself and everybody at Linux Professional Institute, I want to thank our speakers, to Ben, to Hong, to Nithya. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you all for attending, and thank you for coming to FOSSASIA. And we hope you have a great time at the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Sorry, Mario, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I see Roland there. Hi, Roland.
Just sticking my nose up, wasn't sure if you were at your computer.
Yes, sure, but how is it going in the tech? So Roland is taking care of a lot of team activities in the background. We have a team here streaming in Korea, a team streaming to platforms in China, and we had some glitches at the beginning, which is always somehow expected. But I have to say, we are pretty good in the timeline, and yeah, how are things in the background going, Roland?
What you see is what you get. It's coming together. The thing is getting simpler. We are addressing questions as fast as they can come in. We're getting better at handling the unexpectedly large number of questions in the shared notes section. Thank you, everyone. That was more than we expected, but we've now got that flowing fairly smoothly. Please be assured, everyone, that we are archiving all of the questions that have been asked, even if they didn't get answered. So when the team sits down after the summit to decide who to send t-shirts to, the question will be who asked interesting questions, not who managed to get their questions answered. So we are archiving everything as we remove it from the room, and the link to the archive is in the shared notes. But yeah, it's otherwise we are plowing forward and enjoying the event.
So I think like some questions also came from the Chinese network. I heard, for example, on WeChat video, there were over 300 people watching the stream. We have a stream on Bilibili, Huodongxing. On YouTube, I don't see as many people as China, but China, it's really a lot of people, right? So, and as far as I know, like Leslie also like brings some question from the Chinese over here. So I think it will all be part of the wrap up in the end to find out what happened, where did the questions come from, where did the participants come from, who went where. And I also see people asking on Telegram. Actually, now we have so many different channels and so many different people that I have difficulties keeping track myself. But I think we're achieving the goal of bringing people together, connecting them, bring them into exchange, right?
I think at the very least, we've got people monitoring and responding to every channel, which is an achievement given the number of channels. I hear I'm causing echo, so I'm going to go back into mute.
Okay, thank you very much, Roland. Okay, and I saw that Jeffrey is already here. Jeffrey, are you able to activate your microphone? Do you have the rights? I think you have to click the headphone button in the middle bottom, and then there's a small pop-up that gives you option microphone. Yes, Jeffrey is doing that. No problem. And yeah, we continue with our sessions here at the FOSSASIA Summit 2022. And Jeffrey from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Jeffrey, his ID, like on Twitter and everywhere, is GFI or GFI. I think we'll see that later probably in the session. So if you would like to follow Jeffrey, that's always cool. Jeffrey, how's it going over there? Where are you?
I am in Minneapolis, Minnesota in the US. It is a wonderful, I don't know, I think it's like 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm bad with Celsius, but it's probably like -2, -3. But it's also 4 a.m., so I have some coffee.
Wow. So it's -degrees outside. It's very dark outside. It's in the morning. I mean, that is dedication. That's really dedication. That's what we see. So big round of applause. I think a lot of people sit in front of their computer now or mobile phone and like wondering, wow, this is dedication. So it's awesome to have you here. Did you already have, like, I think you had a couple of days ago, the test? So before we start your sessions officially and go really into depth, I think we should try your slides, your setup. How is it? Will you be using OBS or do you have PDF slides? Okay, you're already doing that. Okay, perfect. So you share the screen. We can see your screen. Yeah, and then I just want to tell you, so we have the shared notes where we're collecting questions. Some people sometimes also type in the chat. Cool. And it's on the left-hand side of your screen. You can answer them later on. They also I don't know if you just heard it, we also have questions coming in from China and elsewhere. You know, there's a great firewall, but it is really great to see how the open source community can make it happen. We have a large team, so we are streaming onto the Chinese networks as well. And
yeah, that was awesome to hear.
Yeah, it's really nice. Cool. Jeff, you have a lot of interesting things to share. We are very honored to have you here with the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, who is also a sponsor. And yeah, it's not the first time sponsor. You guys are supporting the FOSSASIA community for a long time. So thank you very much for that. Please share our gratitude to everyone in your team and in the organization. We really appreciate it. And Hong Fook is always so excited to hear about you guys. I'm right now, by the way, in Germany. I couldn't go to Singapore. You know how things are these days.
Yep.
And I know you have a lot of new activities here as well. So it's great to see how you're doing more and more. And I'm really eager, really excited to hear more about this. So I'll drop out now, let you talk. And thank you very much for joining us. Then we see each other back again for the question time. Thank you very much for joining.
Yep. All right. Let's get this going. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Sika, but as it was said, a lot of people know me as Jiffy. Kind of Jiffy everywhere on the internet. I'm a developer experience engineer at the CNCF. Don't ask me what that means, but in short, I try and help developers all around the globe dealing with cloud native technologies, make their lives easier, and also help them understand cloud native technologies, things like containers, Kubernetes, etc. But I'm here to talk about the concepts of what the software supply chain is, the inherent security issues with it, and how a new-ish project called SigStore has a pretty good approach at helping us all out. So when the pandemic hit, there was a large amount of news about the supply chain. In fact, this was one of those cool, if this keynote was one of those cool topical variety shows, I could probably have a supercut of multinational news broadcasters all saying the supply chain back to back to back to back. But in a nutshell, this is what they're referring to, being able to source, produce, and transport goods. But this is more like a tree with many branching paths. So every component of a product has to deal with this all the way up to the finished product. A fun example of this would be a table manufacturer. It has to source not only wood, but also glue and fasteners. So the table manufacturer is linked to the ability of their glue manufacturer's ability to source raw materials for glue, produce the glue, and ship it. Something I've often felt is that software development often has strong parallels to our more analog processes or life, which brings us to the software supply chain. If you've written any code that relies on third-party libraries, you should have full trust that the library has the expected behavior and nothing else. The analogy of the table manufacturer is a verbal example of what we would call a dependency graph. the more complex the software, the more likely it is to rely on these third-party libraries. And these could be anything. These libraries also may have dependencies of their own, and it becomes increasingly difficult to audit or verify that the code that you're importing is safe and secure. Software supply chain security is being discussed worldwide and by governments. This makes sense because as societies become more reliant on technology, technology is becoming increasingly more complex. It's just a layer cake. As of Q3 of 2021, Sonatype did a state of software supply chain, air quotes, white paper. In it was a graph that I think most talks on this topic use. And no matter the topic, graphs like these, which go this way, tend to be popular and make the rounds because they make a rather strong point. And I mean, I'm using it now, so it makes the point. Software supply chain attacks are growing in frequency and scale. That's just the nature of things. And while to many, this might have popped up out of the blue with the SolarWinds attack in December of 2020, securing the software supply chain has been a topic of articles and talks for over a decade, and I was kind of digging deep. Unfortunately, bad actors and malicious geese have made this kind of a household term. And it wasn't obvious by now, if it wasn't obvious by now, I try to avoid just reading words on a slide. But with this, I really want to make an exception and read this quote. Supply chain compromises will continue. They are extremely difficult to protect against, highlighting the need for security to be considered as part of the vendor selection process. Supply chain compromises do extend to software as a service applications. Understand that your SaaS vendor does not have any magic process that makes it easier for them to detect these issues. They are every bit as vulnerable to software supply chain attacks. There's a lot to unpack here. Some good, some bad, but there are two that I really want to highlight, and they're right at the beginning. Software supply chain compromises will continue. This is true. Attempts will be made, and projects and products that do not stay on top of their security will be used as vectors for attack. As I said, that's just the unfortunate state of affairs. They are extremely difficult to protect against. I feel like is a little subjective. As you'll see, they may not be difficult to protect against if we're thinking about it in the beginning of our development process. So with that exposition out of the way about supply chain, software supply chain, let's talk about the current state of affairs with software development. Since I'm from the CNCF, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and also a Kubernetes-minded person and a Kubernetes contributor, I want to focus on shipping software with containers. Shock. In most places I've worked or had insight into, there are a few layers to development. First, you have the application itself. The application is then shoved into a container, and usually some end-to-end tests will be done against the container to validate everything's good. And that's kind of where developers end their focus. So long as it works and the developers are happy and the container runs on my machine, it'll run in production. Oftentimes, developers are just currently focused on churning through cards and tasks, and they're productive focused. Unfortunately for the ops or the SRE folks, this means at times when a new version of the app gets released, there might be issues or bottlenecks that weren't foreseen, etc. And we haven't even talked about security. Once there's a security issue, it's a full-blown 5-alarm fire. A quick mental exercise for everyone in the room. If there was a high or critical CVE announced tomorrow for a specific Ubuntu base image, what would you do? If mentally you were doing something like this, that's okay. The fact of the matter is we've built tooling to help developers develop fast, and we've knowingly focused on productivity while honestly compromising on security a bit. That's the problem we're looking at, and a solution can definitely be found. Enter SigStore. One of the problems that SigStore looks to solve is software provenance. If you've heard the phrase farm to table, it's kind of like that, knowing exactly where the code or artifacts originated. In container terms, this is referring to the base image or the image you use to build your own container images on top of. Not so long ago, getting an SSL certificate and serving a secure website was almost exceedingly difficult. It involved generating certificate requests, managing public and private keys, and going through assigning authority, an entire third party that you have to generate and submit things to, get them back. If there's, one little new line out of place, it all fails. Now, Let's Encrypt makes it easy without compromising the security of the technology. The folks working on SigStore are approaching it in a similar fashion. It's a community effort, and there are contributors spanning numerous companies and institutions. And SigStore falls under the Open Source Security Foundation, which falls under the Linux Foundation umbrella. So, how does it all work? This is quite a flow chart, and most of these steps aren't even visible in practice. SigStore really has three main projects it uses to achieve its goals. So there's FOSSASIA, which is a certificate authority. There is Recor, which is the transparency log. Think a centralized place where all interactions with or artifacts that are signed get their signatures get published with the certificate. And then there is a utility called cosign, which stands for container signing, but we'll get there. So like I said, FOSSASIA, its entire main goal is generating short-lived certificates. So certificates that are under 20 minutes in active, you know what I mean. So what happens is FOSSASIA will actually identify a user using OIDC. So if I log in with GitHub, it will issue me a single certificate, lasts 20 minutes, and it has my identity intrinsically linked in that certificate. So if we go and look at the certificate info, which I'll do in the demo, you'll actually see that it links who I am in that certificate. And then that certificate that we receive can be used to sign any artifacts or code right in that time period, and then that all gets tracked. This tweet literally popped up when I was writing my slides, and it was pretty much the perfect description to what I'm talking about. Instead of dealing with this key shuffle like we had to do managing SSL certificates, now instead all we're really doing is tracking identities of people, and it makes the idea of SigStore a lot easier. As with anything that may have roots in the cloud native ecosystem, we have to name something with a Greekish name. So Recor, which is Greek for record, Kubernetes is Greek for helmsman or pilot of a ship. So Recor is a centralized service or server where all of the information that we generate with FOSSASIA and cosign gets stored. And it is a centralized place where, again, the certificate info on the artifacts that are published winds up getting stored. It's in the background meant to be immutable. So this is supposed to be a single source of truth, and anyone is meant to be able to connect to it, look at it, and actually inspect the entire transparency log. That way, though it is a centralized service in a world where everyone's talking about decentralized, we can actually go and validate anything and everything that is stored in Recor. And that is kind of hard to wrap your head around, again, in a world of decentralized, but the idea with this whole stack is everything can be pluggable. So you don't necessarily have to use FOSSASIA. You could use your own certificate authority. You can run your own instance of Recor rather than the community stood up instance. It's meant to be pluggable. And then there's cosign. which I said earlier, container signing. The whole goal here is it is a tiny little utility that lets you both sign and verify the signature of artifacts in an OCI registry. This is kind of the glue that makes that flowchart that I showed earlier be really, really simple and transparent. So I'm a fan of doing demos live, so fingers crossed. Let's actually kind of show you everything that I just said, but in a practical sense. So I have a tiny little container. It's a project that I kind of mess with on the side, but it has a container. This is a project called Tenta. Just think like a local or a home lab cache. So the first thing that we need to do is generate a key pair using cosign. Once you do this for a project, you don't have to do it again. This is just the first step. So I wanted to show everyone. We create the private key. And boom, whole bunch of stuff is done. So we have created a public key. We've created a private key. That's all kind of local. Next, I already have a container image built locally, and I want to sign it. So what does that mean? Well, cosign sign Gphi Tenta. That's the name of the container image. All of a sudden, what just happened? So cosign is telling, essentially cosign is going and requesting a certificate from FOSSASIA. By doing that, it requires me to log in, which is meant to verify my identity, since FOSSASIA is looking at different OIDC providers. In this case, you can use GitHub, Google, or Microsoft. I'm going to use GitHub. Auth successful. You may close this page. Cool. So we did that. Verified. T-log, transparency log, entry created, gives you the index, and then it pushed the signature to Docker Hub. Let's actually, see what that means. So right now I'm just saying verify that this image is signed and secured, and I'm piping it to JQ so it'll be a little bit easier for everyone to see, or formatted better. Come on. Cool. Let me scroll up to the top so you can see a little bit of the non-JSON output. So the cosign claims are validated. Existence of the claims in the transparency log were verified, and any certificates that existed were verified against the FOSSASIA roots. In short, it's verifying that if there is an entry, it's valid, the claims exist in the transparency log, and the info in the transparency log matches the certificates that were issued to sign things. And what we see in here is, honestly, it's just JSON. And most of it has to do with the certificates that were issued and the artifacts that were pushed into GitHub or into Docker Hub, since that's OCI compliant. This is the certificate bundle that winds up getting pushed up. It also shows the identity provider, the OIDC provider for the certificate, and the subject. So what we can do, sorry for the scrolling, we can go and look at Recor and have it output the log for one of these entries. And so this has the hashed record object. This has the signature of the content. This has the public key that was used to sign it. And then there's UUID and a log ID. Kind of a lot to process, but hopefully this will make it a little easier. All So what I'm going to do is type this info. Since it's base64, decode it, then I'm going to put it into OpenSSL and just have it output information on the certificate. And then if you look, we actually store the same info. Hey, this SSL cert was issued with GitHub. This is the identity that was used. We kind of have this end-to-end process where I have generated an artifact container image that I already built. I have gotten a certificate that is short-lived and then signed the container image with that certificate. That certificate is intrinsically linked to my own identity, and it doesn't stop there. There's just because this is supposed to be shorter, there is the ability to put in info like what the build system was, whether it was local. The different container image layers can each have their own signature, and you can verify things all the way up the chain. So like this is, in my opinion, really powerful stuff. All right. So in terms of the flowchart, developers are responsible for the highlighted area. But really, it's just sign your OCI artifacts with cosign and you're set. And places like GitHub are starting to see the value in this and are working on integrations natively with SigStore. And ideally, if you use something like GitHub, it can become an automatic step using GitHub Actions. So you don't even need to be aware about it besides, initially setting it up. And eventually, you could simply push your code to GitHub, and it'll automatically sign the container image with the code commit, the build pipeline info, and your identity. And you can trace everything from the base image all the way up. But let's not forget about our ops and SREs. There's work being done to validate the images, to automate validating the images being run in a Kubernetes cluster. So this would prevent clusters from running unsigned images. I think eventually policy engines will be able to use the data within Rekor to create fine-grained rules that could do things like prevent images from being run unless they came from specific build farms or sources, not just signed or unsigned. So we're moving towards a future where inclusion and distribution of software will be secure by default. This is sort of a global tech debt as we move developers to be productive focused. And it's always bad when tech debt grows, but it's also satisfying to pay down. And the work being done by SigStore feels just like it did when Let's Encrypt showed up and helped make everything use SSL by default. And that analogy is a pretty strong one. With that, thank you all for joining. Play around with cosign. It is super fun and super easy to use, in my opinion. See if you can start leveraging some of the new GitHub integrations, and let's make more things safer by signing our artifacts. And I am happy to stick around and answer random questions, at least until the coffee wears out.
Okay, great. So sign things and stay safe. So you have very nice graphics as well. And wow, like people said, okay, live demo, let's see, but perfect. Yeah, I mean, you did it. I loved it. And we have some questions here in the shared notes, for example. I have a question here with a +1. So let's go with that one first. From Nico Kunzmann, how does supply chain security, in brackets with cosign, relate to reproducible builds? For example, CF Droid.
That is a good question. So one of the things I was worried about running out of time. So I was not necessarily 100% happy with my demo. The demo really focuses on showing and linking, signing an artifact with linking to your OIDC provider and like your identity. One of the other things that you can push into the transparency log are artifacts and metadata about your build farm. So you could have, with building container images, the idea is it is meant to be reproducible. If you do like a Docker build or a nerdctl build, if you do it 5 times, you're going to get the same container 5 times. When all of the base image layers wind up having entries in Recore, including the metadata of the builds, you can essentially ensure that aside from the code which may have changed, any of the layers up until your code are the same. Not just like the same container hash or image layer hash, but also the build was from the exact same place with the exact same identity, whether that's, a service account through GitHub, or whether that, was on a computer that is trusted on a network, right? Those things can all be stored and referenced and validated.
Okay, cool.
That answered that.
I hope so. Otherwise, we can have a follow-up question here. And I see, Roland, there's a question from you. Would you like to ask it here live?
My apologies, I'm eating dinner. Yeah, so I absolutely buy the need to be able to authenticate artifacts. I have a long history in email security, and the whole DKIM and ARC mess that took 15 years to sort out is actually a variant of this problem. A much more difficult variant, to be fair. But what I'm wondering is how much of the current likely or observed abuse of supply chains, open source in particular, is addressed by artifact signing. Is it useful already, or is it more sort of setting the stage for reputation systems and that sort of stuff?
So currently, in my opinion, it doesn't address it yet. However, the same work that's how do I put it? It's kind of like if you're learning to bake, a chocolate chip cookie is a pretty basic, easy thing to bake. And you can kind of take the work that's been done and the muscle memory that you've learned to crack an egg and whisk, and you could go and bake a cake with it. They've already talked about being able to support more than just artifacts, actually being able to support, at the, I want to import this library at this specific version, and I want to make sure that the code that I've imported is exactly what it should be. It's signed from the developers. And being able to, not just at a container image level, but at a code level, validate and ensure that what code is getting imported is what we should expect. Now, it's not going to solve the type of supply chain attacks where you have someone that has gotten access to a repo and has compromised the code, but can't solve everything. This, in my opinion, gets us like 90% of the way there. And if we make this a step that developers don't necessarily have to think about, besides, it's a checkbox, hey, we are doing this, like it's better than we are right now.
Oh, sure, and that's the let's encrypt part of the argument. I absolutely buy it. Making that whole mess go away is extremely desirable. Just putting it in a broader context. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. And we have a question here from Harish. Harish.
But that by no means means that it is only going to be tied to GitHub Actions. All of this work can be done kind of with your own little glue.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Harish, for the question and the answer. There are a number of more questions, also some questions of people who ask about how to get into the project as a college student, but I would like to have a final question here. I think we can have one that is tech related, and it's from somebody who's anonymous. So I'll ask the question here, is SHA1, so SHA1 commit ID pinning sufficient for Git?
Ooh. So last I saw, you can technically have SHA-1 conflicts. Like, so is it the best? No, but I think it is the best in terms of like computation cost benefit still. Now, yes, you can have SHA-1 conflicts. So right there, the system is somewhat broken, but there's so much effort being done in A, trying to prevent those, but B, those are conflicts, you know, to cause a conflict in the same repo is relatively difficult. I feel like it's probably fine right now. Keep in mind, like, I'm not actually a security expert. I just play one on TV. So yeah, I feel like let me put it this way. If we were using MD5 right now, I would say that we're all nuts. Like we need to move off of this as fast as possible. SHA-1 hasn't hit that yet, right?
Okay, then Jeff, there are more questions in the shared notes. We'll also forward you the questions after the session today. So yeah, and I would like to say thank you very much. That was your keynote on supply chain security with SIG Store. I have to say, for me, you are a security expert, not just playing one. And yeah, we all appreciate your session here a lot, and more importantly, even your work with like bringing the open source cloud infrastructure and ecosystem forward. So I would like to say thank you again, and yeah, we're looking forward to learn more from you also in future and to keep in touch. Thank you very much, Jeff, for this very good session.
Thank you. It was awesome. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we continue in a few minutes with the cloud topic here. And Felix Kronlage-Dammers will be here in a moment with us to talk about sovereign cloud stack project here, where that is also supported by several institutions in Europe. And yeah, stay tuned. In a few minutes, we're preparing the session and preparing everything here, and be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Excellent. So, Felix, here we are. I see your slides are already up. Good to see you. How are things? Where are you these days?
I'm in Oldenburg, Germany, where I'm actually most of the time since the last 2 years, mainly due to this weird pandemic we've been living through.
Yeah. Oldenburg, it's not really like a famous town around the world. If I see
It's
like
not.
Europe, Germany, where is it? Like, is it rather north? Is it rather south?
If I explain to foreigners where Oldenburg is, I usually refer to, everyone knows where the Beckspear, and Oldenburg is basically 50 kilometers west of Bremen, which is where the Beckspear comes from, which is in the northern western part of Germany.
Yeah. So, Felix, I have to say, you really stick to the German stereotypes. Yeah. It's always about
Sadly,
beer.
yes.
Yeah. And I see Hong
And I don't
also
even-
coming in to say hello.
Hi.
Yes, I want to say hello to Felix because in the board meeting, we always speak in German. I never have a chance to really communicate in depth with him. So I come here to say hello.
And actually, but I can break the stereotype because actually Bremen is also famous for a Univention, which comes from Bremen, which is a pretty famous Linux distribution by now that is used for identity and access management. So that's what actually Bremen is nowadays known for.
Okay, so it's not beer, it's open source now. We have all these German cities and regions, and they're now famous for some open source projects or companies and activities. That's really nice to hear. And we hear more about a project that builds on the global open source ecosystem and is now trying to build a kind of next generation open source cloud. It's very interesting to hear about this. And I also want to share, before we go into detail, a few words about you, Felix, because we always have these different communities in Asia and Europe. And what we're trying to do here is also to bring everyone together and learn about each other's work. So who is Felix Kronlage-Dammers, actually? So Felix, you have been building open source IT infrastructure since the late 90s, so for quite a while. And between then and now, you are part of various open source development communities. So maybe some of you know Darwin Ports, Open Darwin to OpenBSD, and of course now the Sovereign Cloud Stack. His interests range from monitoring and observability over infrastructure as code to building and scaling communities and companies. And Felix has been part of the extended board of the Open Source Business Alliance for the last 6 years and describes himself as a Unix/open. Okay, good. So I think we got a basic idea, but you can also add and share anything from your side that we should be aware of. So thank you very much for joining, Felix. Folks, some final words to make the session take off nicely from you.
Yes, thank you for being here, Felix. So if you want to say hello to our audience also from China, I saw like 400 people are watching the stream as well from Kai Yuan Se channel.
Cool.
Yeah.
Makes me even more anxious. Thanks a lot for the intro. I actually flipped the slide because the slide about who am I shows a bit that I actually range from the years when Finger was still a tool out in the Unix landscape. So as Mario said, I've been doing Unix and open source for quite a while, since the late 90s. And a small item that missed from the intro is that if I'm not working or speaking at conferences, I enjoy having time with my son or riding bikes. So coming back to the Sovereign Cloud Stack, which is the topic I would like to talk about the next 20 minutes. The Sovereign Cloud Stack, and it's more than just yet another cloud stack. So if you are somewhere out in the community building clouds, operating clouds, building up cloud infrastructure, this talk is definitely for you. And if you want to reach out to me, feel free. My email address is fkr@osb-alliance.com, or you find me on Twitter at Felix Kronlage. So what's the challenge that we are currently faced with? We have several hyperscalers that dominate the cloud computing market, basically AWS, Azure, GCP. They drive the market, and with them being around, they drive the innovation, and they also have somewhat, I would actually say, somewhat a monopoly in the cloud ecospace. And with them being around, they have a centralized control over platform and data access. And actually, most of the control and value creation that is happening, it's happening within these large corporations. And a lot of cool stuff is built. Some is actually re-released as open source, but it could be much more. And the value creation should actually not only happen within these large corporations. So we have a lot of awesome goods out there. Many fantastic open source building blocks are available. If we take, for example, the CNCF landscape, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know this CNCF map of available open source tools governed by the CNCF. It's actually, and that's why I put it on the slide, because it's so gigantic that you cannot even see single projects on a slide like this. And if you, for example, take the map of the Open Infra world, which is the organization where OpenStack is governed, you actually see also a lot of fantastic open source projects. And a lot of people build clouds using these technologies. They're in their companies, they're at their CSPs, they build clouds based on these tools. But by doing so, they also actually do it in a fragmented way. And by doing it in a fragmented way, reinvent the wheel over and over and over. And why not combine all of these efforts? A very good example that I've actually observed in the last years is managed Kubernetes. So offerings around managed Kubernetes have been coming like shooting up like mushrooms, as we say on German. So basically here, there, everywhere, everyone is launching a managed Kubernetes. And all these CSPs launching managed Kubernetes actually have the hurdle that they somehow need to build and orchestrate the Kubernetes in their offering, and they all reinvent the wheel. So the SCS project, the Sovereign Cloud Stack, has a vision, and the Sovereign Cloud Stack is federal cloud technology built entirely with open source software. We want to put users as well as providers in control, and they place a certain term into that because only open source guarantees digital sovereignty by interoperability, transparency, and independence from unlawful claims of third parties, and thus from any authorized interference. We actually want to take the modular SCS software stack and offer state-of-the-art infrastructure as a service and container as a service, while being fully compliant with European data protection standards, which are fairly high. So, and if you take our goals and visions, they are basically built on 5 pillars. One is standardization, which is a standardization of the offered interfaces, which result in a high compatibility for users, API compatibility. A standardization also for the operator focus in regards to configuration, operations tooling, and continuous ops processes. And by doing that, we want to create a scale advantage for everyone. Then the second pillar is the certification. We want to make sure that SCS, the clouds built on top of SCS, that they are certifiable, that by adhering to certain standards, the compatibility and interoperability is assured, as well as a certain quality and security. We just heard the talk about securing the supply chain. The third pillar is transparency, because we need to build up on open source software, not open core, but truly open source software, built in an open community, an open design, and an open development process. Some of you may know these as the 4 opens. At the SCS project, we actually add a 5th open to that, which is what we call open operations. We actually want to make sure that configuration as well as operational processes and operation knowledge is also open and shared. For example, root cause analysis processes, standard operating procedures. So stuff that actually your teams use to operate the cloud infrastructure that can also be shared in order to create scale for others. The 4th pillar is sustainability. So it's important that in order for open source software to be long-term sustainable, that we do not fork software and work on a fork. We need to make sure that the upstream software is actually healthy. The upstream project needs to be fostered. So basically there's no good in taking OpenStack, forking it, and working on the fork. We have to make sure that the value is actually created upstream and trickling back down into what we use. So that's why we at SCS actually make sure that we work upstream and the work trickles back down to us. As such, we contribute back to existing upstream projects, which is an efficient usage of resources. And last but not least, federation. So by creating a network of federated compatible providers, we make sure that we actually offer a great benefit over one monopoly of one hyperscaler. This allows for a specialization and differentiation of single CSPs, for example, by providing a much better quality in their service towards the customer. And you can actually then compare CSPs by what they offer technically, because they adhere to a standard, and then you choose whatever is best for you. So who's behind the SCS project? Mario quickly already mentioned in the intro of my person, the Open Source Business Alliance. So the project came to life, or the idea is basically a couple of years old, and was initially done with the Federal Agency for Disruptive Innovation, which is called the Sprint D in Germany. And basically, a few people did a POC and then applied for funding by the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, on German, the Bundesministerium für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz. And the SCS project is governed by the Open Source Business Alliance, which then received the funding last year, starting July last year, and right now has a funding until September 2024. The Open Source Business Alliance is a German organization to strengthen open source on a political level. So we at the OSBA actually make sure that if there are tenders for software, that open source has a benefit over proprietary solutions, because if public money is taken for investment into infrastructure and software, it should be invested in things that are also then fed back to the public. Some of you might know the initiative from the Free Software Foundation Europe public money, public code, which actually boils down into that area. The Open Source Business Alliance strives for digital sovereignty. As you hear, I over and over repeat the term digital sovereignty. I will define it on the next slide. Currently, we have 190 companies as members in the Open Source Business Alliance, and the OSBA turned 10 last year. So we were funded in 2011 as a result of a merger of two previous associations called LISOC and LIFE. So I've mentioned the term digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty is a term that has become fairly popular in the last couple of years. It refers to, and I will read this slide real quick. Today, digital sovereignty is an important aspect of general sovereignty, which refers to the ability to use and design digital systems, self-determination over aggregated and stored data, as well as over the related processes. That was a definition done at the Digital-Gipfel in 2018. And digital sovereignty has 4 building blocks. There is the legal dimension, which basically describes that digital sovereignty encompasses the ability of a society to define the rules for digital solutions and also enforce these rules, which result, for example, in the GDPR. Then we have a second pillar, which is freedom of choice. When we build digital services on top of infrastructure, the services will actually leverage the interfaces, automation capabilities, and higher level services from the infrastructure in order to work well and to be efficient in development and operations. So by that, it actually makes the developed services dependent on the infrastructure. Technology, we actually have to make sure that the technology, like basically with regard to sovereignty of the means of production, it is thus mandatory that we also analyze the technological self-determination of digital offerings. And last but not least, the competence. So basically, the greatest software is useless if I cannot operate it confidently. So I actually have to have the competence to operate software. And those are the 4 building blocks of digital sovereignty. And with the OSBA, we have been pushing that for quite a few years now. And as I said, in the last 2 years, actually digital sovereignty has a fairly high buzzword bingo index, as I would say. Coming to the core of the talk, the sovereign cloud stack. So the sovereign cloud stack, the architecture we built on compute, storage, and network, which are the basic building blocks of every cloud infrastructure, often referred to infrastructure as a service. On top of that, there's the container layer, as well as the SCS platform services. Throughout the whole stack, on the left in the slide, you can see what I would refer to operation toolings, which is basically automation, integration frameworks, log monitoring, as well as metering. And one very important part you can see on the right slide is throughout the whole stack, the node-wide identity access management. Zooming in on that, for the OpenStack folks among you, you will actually see a lot of known terms. So on the infrastructure layer, we actually, in the reference implementation, build upon OpenStack. And in the slide, you can actually see 3 different colors that things are annotated with: red, yellow, and blue. So whatever is red is what we call is the SCS standard. So for a cloud infrastructure to fulfill the SCS standard, these items need to be present. So, and you can see this is mostly on the container layer, as well as on the EIS layer. It's only an S3 compatible object storage, as well as some means of federated identity and access management, OIDC, as well as SAML. And then we have parts that what we call are an optional standard, which is basically all the stuff on the compute and infrastructure as a service layer that we would say one would typically build with OpenStack, but it doesn't necessarily have to be OpenStack. As you can see, we have several items that are marked as reference implementation detail. So SCS provides a standard and a reference implementation. So by saying it's a reference implementation detail, we say it's actually open on how that is built, but the reference implementation uses Linux KVM libvirt, which is basically on the bottom part of OpenStack. And for the storage, we, for example, use Ceph, and we use the Rados gateway, which then provides the S3 compatible interface. How does that play together with working with the upstream projects that I initially said it's important that work is actually done upstream and not in a fork. So to repeat once again, SCS is not a fork of OpenStack, nor a fork of any other technology. So what we actually take is we take the upstream projects and make sure they work in a seamless fashion to ease the pain of CSPs to build clouds. So for example, in the OpenStack terms, we take OpenStack and we use OSISM, which is the framework for deploying OpenStack in order to roll out SCS. We take various Linux images, for example, the Ubuntu image, which is based on Debian, which is based on Linux, coming from the Linux Foundation, to supply images on the cloud. We do the same with the CNCF tools by providing the cluster API services, things like that. So it's really important to stress the point, it's not a fork. It's basically making sure that software that is released upstream is put in a way that it's more manageable by the CSPs. And I will shortly, in a few slides further down, I will actually elaborate how this works in our community process. So what have we done so far? So I said that the project started last year in July. So we had last year in 2021, we had 2 releases. The first one was, of course, the release 0, and then followed by the release 1 in September, which brought the first items for federation, some more pre-configured monitoring and logging, and the first container stack in production quality. And just a few weeks ago, we actually released the release 2 with lots more work on the container level, cluster API, registry, multi-AZ, multi-cloud, rolling upgrades. We did much more work in the monitoring and metering, logging and alerting. We added some first support for federation, the command line tools supporting OpenStack, and actually a lot of work on the bare metal automation. If we say we did the work, this is the community. And the community in the SCS project works as follows. So we work fully in the open, of course, and the community consists of the SCS project team, which is employed by the OSB Alliance. And for example, I'm with the OSB Alliance, I'm one of the product owners, and I work on the infrastructure as a service part. And we work with operators, which are typically CSPs, cloud service providers, as well as integrators, companies who build clouds for others. And we actually release several tender packages that companies can bid on in order to work on the tenders. And people that work on these tenders are then also part of the community, as well as, of course, volunteers who want to participate in the project. So the project is actually driven by people who run clouds as well as people who build clouds. As such, we actually have the chance to listen to the pain points of CSPs to address them in a nice way. For example, one major hurdle that the companies who have OpenStack clouds is the release velocity. So what we hear is that they're actually stuck like 3, 4, 5 releases behind and don't even have the time to upgrade in a good fashion. And we actually want to make sure with SCS that you can redeploy SCS on a daily basis, as such having a very fast velocity. And one major aspect that I actually observed in the last half year in this community is what I refer to collaboration over competition. So we have a space where, for example, 5 or 10 CSPs work together on a technical level, and actually what they see is by collaborating to address their pain points and by sharing knowledge there, their competitive advantage over the hyperscalers is actually getting better and better. And there doesn't need to be much fear actually between these small CSPs, because the large marketers actually with the large hyperscalers. So ideally, by collaborating within a project such as SCS, all these CSPs actually gain a lot and addressing their pain points. So these are a few of the companies that are currently active in the company. So if one would want to start using SCS and test driving it, I would definitely recommend the testbed, which is a virtual testbed that can be easily rolled out. You can just clone it from GitHub and deploy it basically on a lot of the public clouds out there, which is then basically a cloud in a cloud, but gives a good chance to actually work with SCS and see how it feels. And yeah, that's basically typical operations dashboard with tools that almost everyone knows, such as Netbox and NetData and similar. And these are a few of the resources. So you can find everything under scs.community. And right now, as a result of the R2 release cycle, where we had a bit of a fragmented tooling space, we are actually now in the process of actually aggregating everything on GitHub and having everything there, including also our Kanban boards where we work with. I've noted one of the blog posts on digital sovereignty, because that's actually one of the important topics that really needs to be stressed. And yeah, and we have a Matrix channel, and the community is active on Matrix. And we are open, so we have a team call every Thursday, 1500 this time zone, which is basically Berlin time zone. And yeah, I'm now open for any questions.
Okay, great. Yes, we have a few questions here in the shared notes, and I saw a question here from Harish. Harish, would you like to ask your question personally?
Sure, thank you very much for that. Hi, Felix. Thanks for the talk. And my question is around Operate First. Operate First is another project. I'd have to declare here, I'm from Red Hat, and so this is something that Red Hat has initiated some time ago. So I'm just wondering whether there is a collaboration between Operate First and Sovereign Cloud.
Thanks for your question. I'm actually very happy about the question, because you were then also listening very closely because of the open operations. And yes,
That's
actually,
right.
we have been in touch. We actually have been in touch with Operate First guys. We just had a call a couple of weeks ago with a colleague of yours who's in Kiel.
Carsten.
Carsten
Wade.
Carsten, yes.
Yeah.
Who's even further north than I am in Germany. And yes, we had a call, and basically we are in touch with them because there's going to be the Open Infra Summit in Berlin this summer in June, and we are also doing there some presentations on open operations, and want to make sure to go more out into the public about the topic, to just foster a community and actually embrace everyone that the concept of open operations is healthy, and actually, well, let me step one step back. So open operations, why is it important? It's important, and I personal view is it comes from having a very healthy error culture in a company. If you are not afraid of admitting errors, you are going to do less errors down the road. That's proven. There's a fantastic example of an airline in the United States that had a very open error process, and they just had much less errors down the road than companies where you would hide errors. And that's just one item of open operations, but it plays into that. And I think it's one of the success factors, aside of the other 4 opens, for clouds to become actually much better. So yeah, so we are in touch with Operate First.
Thank you. That's helpful. Because when you talk about airlines, I mean, one of the things with errors in an airline industry is every time there's a mishap with an aircraft, that information is shared across all airlines, all pilots, everybody gets it. So everybody learns from it. So no one is trying to point finger and so on. So I think that's that culture needs to be adopted in this space as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm really eager to see what collaborations come out of this, and I know this project has a funding for several years. So I think there will be more meetings with other actors in the area then also coming up. And we have a question of Roland. Please go ahead.
Hi, Felix. My question was to get a sense of the extent of its use in production as distinct from who the players are. Do you have a sense of how many separate service providers are using it for revenue service and or number of cores or some other metrics?
So we are aware of 2 public clouds in Germany that actually have an offering based on SCS. One is Plus Cloud Open, which is done by Plus Server. It's called Plus Cloud Open, and they actually they're also one of the first members of the project. So they've been actually very active also in the community. And the other one is Beta Cloud. There's a third one in the pipelines that I know of, and I know that other people are using and test driving it. I'm not sure whether their stuff hit production yet. I honestly don't have a number of cores available, but I can get them for you. So I have to get back, but I don't have that at hand.
I would be interested, but it's more. I want to get a sense of what you had to hand. I certainly wasn't requesting a research project, but yeah, okay. If you've got sort of 2 already using a revenue service and at least 1 more on the way, then it's decidedly real. That's really good news. Thank you.
But of course, if someone in the audience is interested and has the idea, hey, this could be something for us, just drop me an email, approach me somehow, and I can make sure to get you up to speed.
Excellent. And I think it's also like if they don't find you, or remember, they always can contact Hong Fook as well, who is on the board of the Open Source Business Alliance, and she can always make the contact to the right person. And so that's really perfect to collaborate here around the world. Felix, thank you very much for these details. I think there will be much more to share over the upcoming years, so that's probably not the last time we have seen you here. And we're looking forward to learn more about the project and its progress and futures. Thank you very much for coming here to the FOSSASIA Summit, and talk to you soon. See you soon. See you around. Thank you.
Thank you and the FOSSASIA team for organizing the event. I'm really glad it's happening despite pandemic, and I think it's important that such happenings are there. So thanks a lot.
Okay, cheers. Thank you. And so I'm handing over the moderation now to Mishari. Mishari,